What's up, y'all? It's Marshall Lee of DonkeyJawProjects.com. And we're having technical issues. Oh, goodness. I don't know. My camera doesn't want to be detected. My webcam does not want to be detected on StreamYard. This is the same problem I was having yet last week, but, you know, um, I figured it worked. Like, it finally like worked. And so I don't know why it does this. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Maybe if I share extra camera, upgrade for multiple cameras. Don't I pay them a freaking enough? Like, seriously. Video file, share screen, slides. That doesn't make any sense. Anyways, um, hopefully you guys hear me because I think I'm using the microphone for the camera. But anyways, we'll start and hopefully it'll fix later on. But morning, Marsh. Rest in peace, Mary Elizabeth II. Yeah, rest in peace, the Queen. Queen Elizabeth has unfortunately passed away. She was 96, I guess. Um, so for most people that I know, she's been queen longer than any of us have been alive, which is crazy. Um, so it's almost like, you almost take for granted, this stuff. I mean, I don't know any much about UK politics and the Queen stuff and all that stuff, but I guess it'll be probably King Charles now or something, um, which is weird. That's weird. All my life, there's been a queen. Now there's going to be a king. So, yeah, interesting. She and I had the same birthday, really. Wow. So, Dan, wow. Interesting. Let's see what else we got. Dad Doodles, thanks for coming in. My friend Dee Dee here in the UK has a nephew called Marshall, age 2. They were all celebrating his birthday today when the news came via text from his dad's old school chum, Adam, about the Queen. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Amazing and graceful coincidences. Yeah, I feel you. I can see what you're saying. I'm going to buy a new webcam if it doesn't behave. I know, like I would like to get a little bit like Dee Dee has like a nicer version of this webcam, or like a updated version. So I kind of want to get that, but this one's doing okay for now. I don't know if there's maybe even a better one because just for drawing, like it's tough to get pencils and stuff and all that stuff. So I mean, I want this top down view. Like I'm gonna keep trying to see if it works. I actually have to. I forgot. I have to share the channel or the video here, or maybe I'll share after and not worry too much about it now. I don't know. So, anyways, um, you can hear me, so that's good. Thank you, Dad, for saying that. I can hear you and I see you. Yeah, for sure. Hello, Gary. How's it going? Thanks for stopping in. Deanna Myers, how you doing? Thanks for hanging out. Good evening, Nathan. Thanks for coming by. Mark Coran. Hello. How's it going? Thanks for hanging out. And Frank. Frank is here. What's up, dude? Probably going to be doing some man cards here, so feel free to do the same. Anybody really, but I know Frank makes the man cards. You were talking about we should do man cards together, man. If you want to have a live stream on your channel or something, I'll come on and do some man cards. CB, I'm here to be entertained and wowed. Give me your best. Wow, such high expectations, CB. Well, if my webcam would work, I would really like to you know, share what I'm doing with art and stuff. Um, but I have some cool stuff to talk about and everything. Like I'm excited to do the show, but my stupid webcam's being stupid. So I don't know if there's a way I can toggle it to work or what. I don't know. Peter's here. Okay, you can start the show. I'm here. Yes, now we can start the show. Well, how about this, Peter? Can you tell me how to get my webcam to work? Then we could really start the show. So today I want to talk about preparing yourself for success in comics and other fun tidbits and thingies and quandaries and wonderings and whatever. We're gonna talk. We're gonna hang. We're gonna draw. We're gonna hopefully get this webcam working. Dan, I love that you have the same name as my grandfather, really, and nephew. I can't wait until he is old enough to make your mini comic with me. Thanks for all you do. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate everybody here. That's really awesome. Marshall is a very uncommon name. It's funny that everybody's saying they know somebody named Marshall. Um, but once in a while, yeah, plug it, unplug it, and plug it back in. Yeah, I kind of tried that. I might try it again. I'm gonna try one thing here. Let me first see if I can get it going. Sometimes it just shows up and it's there, in the list, and sometimes it's not. So yeah, it's like working like on another program, but for this one, it doesn't want to work. So what the frick? See if it's working now. No, it's not working. I mean, I'm using the audio through it, like I'm using it as my microphone. Actually, let's test this. So this is me talking through the microphone of the webcam. And let's get the MacBook. Let me know which sounds better. Here's the MacBook right now. Now should be the MacBook microphone. How does that sound? I mean, now I'm like, if I come closer to the MacBook, I don't know. I'm curious because it's kind of, I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, I'll be sitting here and the Mac will be there. So, how does this sound better? Or we'll go back to the webcam right now. So, did that change the visuals too? That'd be crazy. But anyways, now I'm on the webcam again. Does it sound any different, any better? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the comments say. But did it change the microphone? Oh no, see, it does a flash. I switch it over visually. That's weird. Anyways, let's see if I can make this work here. I don't want to. Eventually, you guys will just have to see the side view of me, or maybe I can put it in front of me, and you'll see my head down drawing while I'm talking to you guys, and that'll be weird. And I don't know. I don't really want to do it that way. Um, so let's see. Is it there yet? No, not there yet. Let me, I wonder if I remove myself if the show will end. I don't think it will. I'm back. Oh my gosh. Why? Why won't it work? I don't like it. All right, let's see. Unplug it. Yeah. All right, so the webcam sounds better. Huh, interesting. Yeah, can I hear the webcam again? Now I'm on the webcam microphone now. Let me see. Let me just make sure that I'm not lying. Yeah, I'm on the webcam right now. Being close to the MacBook sounds good. I feel like they're very similar. Okay, so it probably doesn't matter then. I like the webcam or being close to the Mac. Okay, all right, that's interesting. Okay, so there's differing opinions, but I see what you guys are saying. But at least I think really what it comes down to is I need to just, at some point get an actual, decent mic, like even just one of those blue mics that you hook up to your laptop. Of course, it's got to be that weird USB-C new Mac thing, adapt. And that's probably part of the problem why the webcam doesn't want to work because it's hooked up to a Mac, adapter that's hooked up to the computer. So I think that's part of the issue. But yeah, so that's probably this the mic within the camera. Okay. Anyways, with all the troubleshooting, I think I got a pretty good idea of what's going on. I don't want to make people bored and stuff. What's up, Dee Dee? Do you have your camera software running? I never turn on my camera software until I'm on StreamYard. Yeah, I kind of did both things. It's running now, but it wasn't. But maybe I'll leave. I'll turn off the camera software right now, and then I'll leave, and then I'll come back, and then I'll turn the camera software on again and see what happens. See you guys in a sec. Yeah, it just doesn't want to notice the camera. Like it doesn't come in the drop down menu, and it's really annoying. There's got to be something like where I can just do it this way every time and it'll work. Now I'll turn the software back on. Maybe this will do something. Do do do. All right, I flipped it off and on the different cameras. Let's see if that does anything. Nope. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I vote Mac. Yeah, I think you're right. Like when I'm close to the MacBook, it's better, which makes sense. I mean, that's a better quality thingy dingy. You have to be close to either one of them. Being in the middle isn't the best. Yeah, I bet. So try a snowball mic. Yeah, I think that's the blue one, right? That's the same one as the blue brand or whatever. So I might have to get one at some point. Right now, it's not going to be what I'm doing. But Marsh, are you up for a stream tomorrow? We can do man cards on Tarako. What time do you go on? Uh, Very possibly. I don't. You know, yeah, I don't have any big plans outside of working on comics and stuff. So you sound as good as you're going to sound right now. Roll with it. Yeah, totally. That's what I'm gonna do. It's the camera that's the problem. Like I see the camera in my program, but it's not coming up here, and that is really annoying. Because I want to show you, I want to like draw, and show you guys what it looks like and all that stuff. Exit solo layout. I don't think that does anything. Ah, la la la. Let's see. You sound is good. Okay. If it was me, I would bring the webcam closer to pick up the audio better, or move closer to the Mac. Yeah, I'm gonna be more like facing the webcam like this, and you guys are just gonna see the side of my face, I guess. But right now, I'm just checking the chat and whatnot, and I have to have my head turned. Let's see. Might be a Mac issue. Yeah, it could be. Well, I think it's a StreamYard thing, but I could be wrong. I don't know. You can leave and reboot and come back hours later and you'll still be streaming. Of course, without a guess, we'll have a blank screen the whole time. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I did that a couple times here. So you want to hear more about my new project? The new project is so much in development at this point that it's like talking about the most ambiguous thing ever. Because it's just, and I'm going to talk about kind of that, you know. I'm going to talk about a lot of things today. So I'll get probably more into that as well. So, man, this is going to be weird. I want to show you guys stuff. I mean, I don't have a lot to show. Like today wasn't going to be a big, like, I'm going to show you a bunch of books thing and stuff like that. But maybe I can put my laptop over here, which means I have to move a bunch of stuff. And then that way I can kind of point the laptop camera down and you could sort of see what I'm doing. Oh, goodness. Let's give that a try. So I got all these paints and stuff over here. And it's not set up for me to do it like that. But it's not that big a deal. I can switch it. It's not really that crazy. I won't be flicking paint around today, I don't think. That's not the type of artwork I'm going to be doing. So I don't have to worry about messing up my laptop like I was before. All right, I'm moving, you guys. Here we go. We'll get into some real content soon, but apparently it's troubleshoot day at the Marshall Lee household. All right. Sorry if it's disturbing to be bouncing around and whatnot. All right. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? I go on at 9 p.m. Central usually, but we can go on earlier. Whatever. Just let me know. 9 is fine. I'll be a little bit more tired than I am on this stream. But I could probably be on for an hour or two at that point. Who knows? Maybe more. I'll just have well, tomorrow's Friday, right? So I can sleep in. So it doesn't really matter, actually. I can go on at 9 and we'll go for as long as we go. Dee Dee, you should get the man cards in a day or two. I have not sent mine yet. Here's the one I did on the last stream. I can't show the one that I'm sending Dee Dee. This is a better camera too, to be honest. But I'm actually think I'm gonna, see, you guys can see some stuff that I'm doing here if I kind of put it like this. So that, what happened? Why is my thing doing weird things? So, I'm gonna send my man card to you tomorrow, Dee Dee, and because otherwise I'm gonna sit here forever and like freaking wait till I get all these other things that I want to send like ready, and for some reason I'm procrastinating on those things and it's annoying me. It's pissing me off and I don't like it. I know you don't probably mind and stuff, but I want to be prompt with that kind of stuff. So I am going to send you some stuff tomorrow. I'll see what I can get together tonight after the show. But that's going to take, until next week or something, obviously. All right, let's see. Do I have any loose connections? It's possible. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's that loose. I'm going to keep trying throughout the stream. So at one point or another, this may work. But either way, I'm happy with this. This will be fine. I can work with this. I'll get my sketchbook out. I brought my sketchbook book with me to work today and all that stuff, and I didn't use it because, I only have a half hour lunch. I got to eat, and sometimes I can squeeze in some sketching or something. But every time I bring it, for whatever reason, I can't do sketching. And every time I don't bring it is when I want to do sketching when I'm at lunch. So that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Um, do. Cool. Sounds good. It shall be fun. Is why am I blanking on her name? Is Anna gonna be there? Just curious. Is she always on? I don't know. Maybe sometimes she's not on. I went on the I was watching the Comics de la Muerta show with Ronnie Gunter and Jason Alexander, and Jason wasn't on the other day, so I was like, oh, well, maybe not everybody goes on sometimes, which is fine. Just have to run in a few minutes listening while I can. I'll watch the playback on the return. Okay. Frank's going to church. No, I don't know what he's doing. I got a sketch card finished today and starting another one that I'll finish tonight. Sweet. Sketch your coworkers dozing off. There you go. That's one way to go about it. Nathan says, just keep that sketchbook in your bag. Never know when you are going to need it. Well, yeah, true. And I have like so many sketchbooks. It's just the one that I know where it's at now. So I grabbed the one that's in my bag that's next to me. I just don't even always bring my bag lately for I don't know what reason, but anyways, this kind of changes things a little bit. So I need like some kind of what do you call it? Some reference material because I just want to sketch a little bit before I really get into drawing some man cards. So I will. Let's see. Sorry, I got my phone here, and I'm gonna get my notes out because I have things to talk about. And I know I got hands here somewhere. All kinds of comic hands. Should I try to draw from the Shonen Jump hands that I showed the other day? It's kind of a big, I could draw from real reference, but it's fun to draw from comic reference as well. So I'll throw that over here and I'll just flip through and get the trusty Bic pen out. Excuse me. Drinking the bubbly. All right. Where is the Bic pen? El Bic Peno. That is Spanish for Bic pen. Or French, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's Korean? I don't know. Let's see. So let's draw some hands and talk about some things. So I was listening to some stuff today and yesterday, and a lot of times, I don't know if anybody, ever wonders like how does Marsh come up with his ideas for show topics? I don't know. I mean, I have been kind of doing my shows differently than I used to anyways, so it's kind of a little bit been less topic heavy, but I still kind of that's my thing. I like to have topics, I don't like to just shill people's, you know, campaigns and stuff and like that. I mean, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't have anything against it, but I want to talk about topics as well. So a lot of times, I mean, it's just from the things I read, the things that, the YouTube videos I listen to about comics. I mean, there's an endless supply of inspiration for things to write about or to talk about on a show. Um, and so that's kind of cool. Sometimes I feel like I'm coming up a little short, but, um, you know, it doesn't take long, too much time of like brainstorming to kind of just get some ideas and stuff. So anyway, so today I wanted to talk about preparing yourself for success. Now, this idea kind of evolved, as I was thinking about what topics I would like to talk about, but it turned into this by the time I got here on the stream. um, so basically this thing is like, one of the things I was listening to was one of, I think, Peter Simeti's latest video that he did last night or whatever. And I'll keep checking into the chat as we go. And I'm not going to talk about the topic the whole time. I'm going to get into drawing some man cards and stuff. But, he's just talking about, like, um, just a few things, like how, like he wants to stop doing the certain kind of video he was doing because, as more people kind of shilling their campaign or their comic, which is fine and everything. There's certainly nothing wrong with that, but, he wanted to have more content that's actually useful and helpful for people. So it's, a thing where people can call in and ask him questions, more about like their comic and how to, even questions about how to do a live stream and all that, or crowdfunding and all that. But, it's not specifically about that. And it's just more helpful for the viewer, for one. Um, but it's also, you know, more interesting a show anyways, like, and more helpful for whoever comes on than the shilling. I get a little weary of the shilling stuff, and again, it's nothing wrong with that, and that's not what this topic is about. But the thing is, it's just like wanting to, like he said some things that I thought were interesting. One of which was like, you know, what, sorry, I'm like having, the technical difficulties kind of threw me off. um, let's see. I'll just look at kind of what I was going to talk about, because I know I had like a nice roll of things I wanted to say, but basically it's this idea of laying a foundation, and like you like, we don't want, like, we kind of get caught up in these discussions, and I do too, absolutely. Get caught up in these discussions of like what's going on in the comic industry, and it's like this kind of strategy stuff and whatnot. And it's like, what's going on in the comic industry? How do we sell comics? How do we like figure this thing out? How do we do the crowdfunding thing and all that stuff? Well, all the while, people, like, this was kind of what Peter was saying, like, people come to him, but they show me their campaigns, and it's like, cool, you're doing your thing, but at the same time, um, are you even like really really ready to even have this campaign going? And I'm not, this is no criticism to anybody. I'm not judging anybody. But this is an observation that he had, and he's like, I don't mind you guys showing your stuff, but like, we need to talk more about like the making of the actual comic type of thing. And I don't want to, you guys can go back. It's the latest video he's done. You you guys can go and check out his channel and see exactly what he was saying. Um, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but but for me, I do get what he means. Like, I like to talk more, and I do actually on my channel often talk more about craft and stuff because that's just what interests me, and it is what it is. It's not even like a critique on anybody. Um, and I feel like that's kind of why I haven't done a Kickstarter or crowdfunder because actually had somebody approach me, a couple of years ago, and they were like, "Dude, like crowdfunding's the way to go. Like, why are you not doing a crowdfunder?" And like, you're trying to figure out like how to make a living with this, and it's right there for you to see, like crowdfunding and this and that. And I'm like, okay, cool, but what do you want me to crowdfund? I don't have a comic finished. Like, I haven't put in the time to make a good story yet. Like, I mean, I've made a lot of little comics and stuff, but I don't feel like I've made anything that's ready or worthy for that treatment yet. You know what I mean? So, you know, like, why should I do this prematurely, Um, and the thing is, I'm all about like act first, just get this thing out, blah blah blah. That's how I've been. This is what I've told you guys all about for a long time, and I applaud people who do that. And I'm definitely not trigger shy. I'm not a person who's trigger shy when it comes to taking action. But I don't know that I'm necessarily ready to do a crowdfunder specifically yet. And I don't even know that I feel ready to fully tell some stories yet. Like, I tell you guys a lot about how I'm like I don't I'm not satisfied with the stories I've read in comics, Um and this isn't a critique for my peers and stuff. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about like all comics, mainstream comics, comics I've read as a kid, uh, all this stuff. I feel like there's just a lot of potential that's still laid on the table. Like, I want to be affected by comics the way I'm in, I'm affected by movies, novels, all that stuff. Like, I'm going to talk more about this later, but I listened to the Mary Shelley's Frankenstein this in the last couple days. I listened to the audiobook of it, the original story. And man, I've learned so much just about storytelling, and just it's one of those things that's just blowing my mind, and it was such a really interesting story, and all that stuff, and nothing like anything that I've ever known Frankenstein's monster to be. Like, you see all this stuff with like a castle, and there's a mad scientist and Igor, and there's electricity and all this stuff, and he's like happy with his creation, his mad science creation. He's like, it's alive. Like, none of that. That is not Frankenstein or Frankenstein's monster, um so it's interesting. I mean, I'm not saying those things are bad either. Like, that's just a different like iteration or whatever. And I'm looking forward to checking out some of the movies and stuff that have come out. The Universal Monsters movie, check that out. And although there's been other more faithful adaptations from what I've heard, um, to it. So I'm looking forward to that, but as well, But anyways, the point is I feel like, you know, I don't want to kind of do some of that stuff. And I want to, this is another thing. I want to sow the seeds of success, in comics for me, because this I do want to make a career out of my creativity. That's how I say it. I don't usually. I talked about this the other day. I'm not talking saying I want to make a career out of the comics I sell. That's a whole other issue that I talked about the other day. Like, I don't believe the comic as a product is really gonna take many people very far. Um, I think that there's comics are the subject matter, comics are the thing we do, but the thing is like we instead of focusing on like, how are we going to sell this? How are we going to, you know, where are we going to print it? What's the industry doing? Like, let's just focus on making a good story. Like, and I'm not saying anybody here is not doing that. I'm just saying, like, that's the talk that I hear a lot of times when listening to all kinds of things. You go on Twitter, you hear about stuff like that. I don't go on Twitter very much, but when I do, I don't go on Twitter, but when I do, um, you know, and I'm not really trying to rail against anything. I'm just talking about like shifting focus a little bit. And And so there's like a lot of things rolling around in my brain about how I want to talk about some of this stuff, but like sowing the seeds of success in comics. Now for me, um, it's all about story, but I do want to make a living, that is a goal of mine. And so for me, like right now, I am kind of moving towards that, but it's not directly comics. Comics are something I'm making kind of in the background at this point, and will be more in the foreground as things develop. I was working on doing some writing before I got in here, um, you know, tonight, but I have to take more time, to learn how to write the story that I'm trying to say I think can happen in comics. And it's not to prove anybody anything. It's just I just know where I want what the effect I want my stories to have, and what I've made so far isn't that. So I want to get better. So it's going to take me a little bit more time to make a comic this time around, because I really just I don't know. I don't know that I'm going to hit it the next time I make a comic, but I'm going to try and hopefully get closer. Um, and I don't know. I really love the craft of it and all that stuff. I love learning through the struggle, and all that stuff. It's hard, but it's a challenge worth. I feel like it's a challenge worth trying to bring worth trying to tackle, I should say. um, and it's a passion, and the thing is there is the ability to make a living, with comics slash other things that are related to comics. Like, I'm probably going to make, the things that make sense right now are like eBay and selling, getting a sketchbook going, as I'm working on a comic kind of more in the background, getting a sketchbook going that I can sell, and, maybe some merch. Like, these are just options, possibilities. I've been doing eBay. I put I put this sketch card up on eBay, so that's there now. Yesterday, I worked on my website to get that kind of more streamlined. It's not necessarily amazing, but at this point, it's at a better place. I updated links, I streamlined it so it's smaller, and I relaunched my Etsy store, or not my Etsy store, my store Envy. Um, you know, so there's a few things on there, like some of the anthologies, mini comics. I gotta find a good way to put like commission, options or whatever up so that people can commission me if they want to. There's gonna be some fan art stuff. There's gonna be things, just different interesting things. YouTube is a source of income. It's not making me a ton of money yet, but I'm working on that too. So one thing that's cool about that is since I'm thinking about other things for the possibility of building this career, comics will be a part of it as well. You know, but but since I'm thinking of other things as being just like my day job is another thing and the main thing right now that keeps me afloat and helps me to pay my bills, just like that, you know, so these other kind of like illustration work or Dee Dee sent me that cool book about how to kind of make a career in illustration that I'm looking forward to digging more into. That kind of thing, just other avenues. um, that takes the pressure off of this whole like, oh, but I don't know, like this kind of focus on will my comic be successful type of thing, and that being like something that I want to make some money at. Like I don't that's going to be the least. I'm glad that that's like the least thing I'm worried about as far as like making money, because I want that thing to be the most pure thing. I want the making of the comic to be a special thing, a passion, passion project, not a how much money can I sell this for? How much, I basically I'm happy to break even or to make or to make just a little bit of money, or even I'm even okay with it being a little bit of a loss, if that the as long as there's people reading it and being affected by it, that's all I care about. And sure, it can eventually become, something that makes some money, but I like that there's not pressure on that specific part, especially. So having these other kind of means of possible income takes the pressure off of that. And I don't really ever want comics to be the main thing that like, crap, if I don't, if like, think about that pressure. Like, it's like, say you have like a comic hit, you do The Walking Dead or something, you know, and people love it and you make a decent amount of money on it, you know, now what happens on the next book? You know, now you have this pressure to be amazing. I mean, you're going to have that pressure anyways, just as a creative person, you're going to have that pressure. But if it's something that's part of your livelihood, then you're going to have that pressure to think of, well, what's the trend? What's trendy right now? What can I hit on so that I can pay my bills? And that's not a good pressure for art. you know I don't think it's a healthy pressure for art. And again, I'm not criticizing in fact, if anything, I'm criticizing myself, because I've struggled with this throughout the years. um, but I feel like I'm in a better place with it. So anyways, i'm I'm really happy with the progress of how things have been going, and I'm not happy with the progress of how things have been going with me wanting to make a comic, because I'm still trying to figure that part out. But I'm happy with the pressure that's not on there, and I'm looking forward to digging deep and telling the best story I possibly can. Um, so there's kind of that, but there's more to this. Like, it's not like I kind of already talked about that in recent streams. Um, but just this kind of laying the foundation idea of like, kind of thinking more long term, like when we decide what we're going to do with a comic, or how much effort we're going to put into the comic we're making. And again, this is kind of me talking to myself, like, to a certain degree, like, I want to I just really want to focus on telling a great story, and I'm trying to lay the foundations of other things that can support, the comic. Even like I would be happy to even forego, um crowdfunding. I'm not saying that I won't do a crowdfunder. I probably will at some point do a crowdfunder. I love actually the model of crowdfunding, but crowdfunding isn't the only way to do it. There's print on demand, there's printing your own, and just say finding other ways to make enough money to save up and make your own, put your own printing together. I know some people who have been experimenting with that and having some decent results. I think actually doing a crowdfunded comic, is, even if you can afford to print your own, is actually a pretty good idea anyways, because it brings attention. It's actually more of a marketing tool, to do that. It brings attention to your book. But I mean, I want to just find ways to disperse it for free. Obviously through the web is one way, or through really low cost, printing and stuff. Um, because when it comes down to it, I just want people to read it, and I want to make something that I'm so proud of, that I like. All I really want to do is share the story. I want people to read it because I took the time to make it the best I could. And this is like, also, it depends on where you're at. Like, if you have never made a comic before, I absolutely stand by what I've said for many years, which is just do it. Just make your first comic, do a 1 hour comic. Um, do a mini comic, do an anthology, do something small. Get your first comic, your first comic or first comics under your belt, because it's a lot of work, it's a lot to learn, and you'll feel really good for finishing something. You'll learn, just in the act of finishing something, you'll learn invaluable lessons. um, it's really going to be, um, a great process for you to do that. And I think anybody can make comics. If all you can do is draw stick figures, you can make a comic. If you're very young, you can make a comic. If you're very old, you can make a comic. All you need is some paper and some ink, or something that makes marks, and a surface to make marks on, whatever it is, and you can do it. And I say do it. Like, I've made a bunch of comics, but now I'm at a place where I'm like, okay, I've done a lot of that, but now I want my comics to be better. Like, I feel like I'm ready to level up. And so that's kind of what I'm focused on. Um, so another thing too is, you know, laying a foundation for success with your comic, like studying, taking the time to learn about how stories work, um, like taking the time to study books about storytelling, or talk to a mentor, somebody who's better, who's got experience, about that. I've done a lot of that, and I'm doing that currently, all that stuff, talking to people, um, studying and stuff. I just printed this out, and I've known about this for a long time. But I'm like, oh, I have a printer. I can actually print this out. So this could be like a sheet where I work out some story ideas. But this is, the story spine, and it was popularized, I think, in the Invisible Ink book about writing scripts for like movies and TV shows. And it's also been talked about, I think, by Pixar. Nobody really knows exactly the origins of where it came from, but I guess people who teach improv sometimes teach it. But it's the seventh, level thing about story, a very simple way to break down story. And so it starts with, once upon a time there was blank, every day blank, one day blank, because of that blank, because of that blank, until finally blank, and ever since that day blank. So you take that little template and start writing out some ideas, writing out some mini stories, and see what you can do. I've also talked a lot recently about, um, you know, uh, write what you know. This is a new revelation to me. I've heard it all my life, but kind of took it for granted because I didn't understand it, and write what you know means write what you know emotionally, write what you know, mentally, the things you've gone through, the pain you've suffered, whatever it is. Everybody's suffered some kind of pains, you know, write what you know about that. You can apply it to any situation. You can apply it to some crazy sci-fi story, to some crazy horror story, to some superhero story, to whatever you want. You don't have to have been in the military to talk about the military. I mean, and there is a sense where that does help for sure, and maybe it's better if you have been in. But there's a lot of things that when you go and write stories that you're not going to know. That's not what write what you know means. Write what you know means what you know emotionally, the lessons you've learned, or the struggles you've had. um, yeah, anyways, that is just one of the things I've been learning. And again, take the time to study. Like I listen to so many books and read about, how to make comics. I've read, different, I have a bunch of books on how to make comics. Some I've read, some I need to read. Um, you know, there, work on things in your art that like I'm sitting here drawing hands because I suck at hands. Um, and I'm kind of realizing that maybe drawing from some of these manga aren't actually great, but I think it's good to draw from other artists and then also draw from life. Both things can be helpful. But like, I saw Nathan's sketchbook the other day and I was telling you guys about it. And like, it is like so, like seeing that made me just say, I need to be filling up sketchbooks more. Like, this is, I want to be, I mean, I feel like if I got halfway to the level of where Nathan's at, I would feel a lot better about my art. So, and he just fills up sketchbook pages. And granted, he's not perfect either. Nobody's perfect. But yeah, I was really impressed and I enjoyed it. And I'm, looking forward to leveling up the level up sketchbook as created before, talked about. I'll have to do maybe some more videos of that. But, um, you know, um, that's a big thing. So sowing the seeds to success, what are you doing now that's going to make you, you know, and of course you got to define your own success. Success to me with comics means people reading stories that are impactful to them in a way that stories have impacted me in the past, in a way that I haven't seen done in comics so far. There may be stories out there that do it, but so far I haven't seen it, you know. And I'm looking for that. I want that to be. There's no reason why it shouldn't be in comics. I feel like because you know it's such an awesome medium. There's so many cool things you can do with comics that you can't do with other mediums and all that stuff. So I love comics and that's my medium. Like I do not want to write movies. If something ever, I doubt it'll happen, but if something ever happened where I got some kind of movie deal for a comic, it'll just be because I made a cool comic. It's not going to be because I'm trying to get a movie deal. I don't care about movies. I mean, I enjoy them, but that's not in any way, shape, or form my goal. I don't want to write novels. I don't want to write, sitcoms or whatever it is, all the different things. I want to make comics. That's what I want to make. Um, and so I want to learn how to make them work in a way that I've experienced stories in other formats. So, think about the long term, you know, and think about this idea again. Peter Simeti says, don't just tell any story, like tell the story that have that you need to tell. If it doesn't feel like something that you need to tell, then just think a little bit more about what you want to do. Like there's something that drove you to make comics, you know. There's something that drove me to make comics. Try to dig deep and figure out what that is, you know, why, you know. Um, I'm not saying you're going to find the definitive answer, but at least contemplate it and think, okay, what is the point here? Like, why am I doing this? Am I just doing this for fun? Hey, let's see if the camera changes. Nope, still not. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I see it here on this screen, but not on that one. It doesn't make any sense. Anyways, um, I don't know. I feel like I had better things to say, you know, um, but I'm kind of a little bit not sure. But so a couple other points that I wrote down that might be helpful too is like when it comes to a career in creativity, because I think we can actually do both, you know, make comics and have a career. Like the thing is so there's a lot of people out there who, you know, they start, maybe they do a Kickstarter, they want to do a Kickstarter and it doesn't do so well necessarily. And, you know, they'll want to go on Peter's show or my show or other people's shows and, you know, show their thing. And that's part of why we get so much of the shill, you know. We got to take a shill pill. uh, but you know, and the reason why is because they didn't take the time to create their own platform or figure out their own, like they see other people doing that and so that's the only way, like they think you can do it. And you know, if you're a creative person, that means you have an awesome power to be able to come up with creative ways with how you're going to get your story out too. Like if you have that story that you want to tell, that's awesome. If you've made that book that you wanted to make, that's so awesome. Now, my thing is, I would say if you're like in the middle of making it or you're thinking about doing crowdfunding, like start sharing now. I mean, you can do it in many different ways. You don't have to um, have a YouTube channel. I think a YouTube channel is great, but you could do it on TikTok, you could do it on Instagram, you could do it on LinkedIn, you could do it on you could do a blog. I mean, we all, a lot of us talk about Jason Brubaker, you know, and what he's done. And he first built his following on a through a blog. You know, that's where he kind of really got going. And then, you know, he brought it to YouTube, but he doesn't even do YouTube videos that often, you know. And there were times where he was doing it more often, but you know, their blogs are still very relevant if you have the desire and kind of the talent to do blogs well. I actually updated my blog yesterday too, which is kind of cool because I haven't updated it in 3 years. Apparently, I found out. Um, you know, and I'm not a blog person per se, but I'm gonna start at least, you know, doing my blog more just on a very, you know, basic level. But that's not my strength. My strength is more. But you know, so that's a thing to think about. Like start now though, and you don't have to have the most amazing content. I was thinking about today, you know, concerning stuff, you know, and you don't even, actually, if you were to do a YouTube channel, I can't really do this now because I've already set how I do YouTube stuff, and I could change it, but honestly, I like the way I do YouTube stuff, so I'm gonna just keep going with it. That's what I have the most inspiration to do generally, is kind of just talk about comics, talk about the process, talk about the craft, you know, sometimes talk about the industry too. I mean, I like talking about that stuff too, even though I just talk crap about talking about the industry. But, but, you know, I'm not saying you can't do that. I'm just saying, But, it's just, you don't have to have amazing content. You just document what you're doing. That's more, just share, like, this is the progress, and also share the struggles. Share, like, man, like, I just do not know how to draw hands. Like, oh my gosh, I thought I could do some hands, but I just found out, like, I am like one of the worst hand drawers ever. And so you know, I'm gonna do a small sketchbook full of just hands. I probably should do that. I'm just saying kind of a for instance here, but maybe I should actually do that. um, but you know, but share, like, the struggles, and there will be people who come along the ride, and there'll be people who don't care, and who cares about the people who don't care? Doesn't matter. And you know but you will find, I promise you, you just share, and you'll start to find people who can relate with the specific things that you struggle with. Because what I deal with and have a hard time with, other people might not, and vice versa. And then there's a lot of commonalities. That's why we have a community, and a lot of us can relate on a lot of different things, even if you're more of an artist and not a comic person, or you're a writer. Everybody's a little bit different, but we can still relate. A lot of these creative things are universal. But it would be good if, like, say you really want to make a comic, and you kind of have honed in on, like, the genre. Maybe you're, like, into horror, and you really probably are only going to mostly make horror, or maybe you're going to make a book about, like, something you're really into that's not comics. Like, we saw in this manga the other day, like, a baseball comic. Well, have have your videos be about baseball, and every once in a while, like, on every show, by the way, I have this comic I made about baseball, talking about this specific thing, blah blah blah, and tell them about the story. And you know I think that's actually more effective. You think about, like, this Eric July guy, or even, like, whether you like Ethan Van Sciver or not, he's obviously had some success. So I don't care about the whole comic skate stuff or whatever. I'm not, like, a comic skater. I'm comic skate friendly, but I'm not really, like, in any camp. I don't care about the camps. Um, but I have seen the example of what Ethan has done, and he was just bitching about Star Wars. Like, he started with comic videos, those weren't going so well, so he started bitching about Star Wars. And that's what his channel is. And then he started bitching about the comic industry, and all this stuff happened, blah blah blah. But he was not talking specifically. He kind of stopped talking about comics and started talking about something else. Now, maybe that's not the best example, because a lot of people don't like him and whatever. But there's other examples of that kind of thing where, maybe you're specifically into manga. I mean, there's a whole comic book community around people making, like, manga type of comics. I talked about it the other day, the Saturday AM crew. Um, and they do, like, a Shonen Jump type of, I think it's a digital comic, and now, like, some of their books are in Walmart, and probably distributed in a lot of other places. And they're doing, I think, pretty well for themselves, but they kind of focus on a specific niche. They're not just talking about, I don't know. That might not even be a good example either. I mean, it could be anything though. You could be into golfing, and you have a golf comic, or into food or whatever. Like, there's a million different ways to crack this thing. And the thing is there is so much opportunity and potential to actually make this work. Like, we are often talking about the industry, and talking about comic collectors and what are their habits. I'm not even necessarily focused on trying to reach comic collectors. That's a very small audience. I think I will reach that, and I mean, I am a comic collector, and I love that culture and everything. Um, but once I have a comic that's about something, I'm going to be trying to focus on people who aren't comic collectors who just like that thing that I'm making a comic about. To a certain degree, I'm going to try to reach out in those ways to people, who are doing something else. Like, Gary Hodges is here. He's got this comic about, you know, Mars bots and dinosaurs. Well, there's a lot of people out there in the world who are into dinosaurs. Almost every kid has been into dinosaurs at some point. You know, and Mars and sci-fi stuff. Like, get into sci-fi groups. All this stuff. Like, there's so many. We're creative people, and we can be creative with the way we get the word out about our story. If you have a story that you have been crafting and spending so much time on it, give it its due diligence, its due effort on trying to get that story read by people who are interested in the things that your comic is about. you know so and you could do it with superhero stuff too. Like, maybe it's a specific lesson that you're kind of putting, or whatever it is you're writing about in your comics. So, anyways, so interested in sowing the seed of success for comics for me. Now, part of that is setting up what I'm creating, like my website. Like I said, right now I'm in a place where I have some debt. I had no debt for a long time, but at this moment I have some debt. It's not like a lot of debt, but and my savings is low, and so right now my focus, I'm like super focused and going to be even more throughout the next coming months on just killing that debt and starting to get the savings back up, because my long-term thing is I want to make a career out of this stuff, and I want to get to a point where I have a nice enough like little cushion of savings, and I've built, and all the while I'm building this and doing my YouTube and doing my eBay and doing whatever commissions and illustrations and selling some comics as well. It's got to be it's going to be multiple things. I'm doing all that all the while I'm paying off my debt and building up my savings. So one day, I get to a point where, oh wow, every month I'm making about half of my income on all this stuff. And I've put away a decent amount of savings where I'd be okay to pay my bills for 3 months or 4 months or 6 months or whatever. Maybe this is the time. And then you evaluate, okay, if what I'm doing right now, if I increase the activity around what I'm doing right now, and I've got, no debt, and I've got this cushion of savings, if all the only thing that's stopping me from making a living is stopping my day job and not allowing me more time to do the things that are making the money, not necessarily the actual comic, but all these other things, comics being part of that sauce, maybe now I can take a leap, because I know that all I got to do is put more effort in. All I got to do is have more time to do more of these things that I'm already doing that's working, and you know take the risk. One day I hope that I'm able to take that risk and make that jump. That time is not now. I need to sow the seeds of success, and right now sowing the seeds of success with that is getting my debt down, is working on the comic. It's going to be a while before that happens. It's going to be, you know, so I need to be working on my craft and trying to figure out how to make these comics the way I want them to be. I'm not saying, make the best comic ever. I don't think we're going to out quality anybody. Like, there's so much quality out there right now, in comics. I don't think I'm going to be able to out quality anybody, but I will be able to make the best my kind of comic I can. I can work towards that and create, the audience and the attention and all that stuff. So anyways, I think I've talked about like all the things with that I kind of really wanted to jump on, and we'll talk about some more like lighter stuff as we go, and I'll start to I'm gonna go through the chat now and see what's going on. All right, let's see. Where was I? Osamedi. Hello, 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 all these people. Let's see. Where are we at? Wow, there's been a lot of chats. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I really appreciate it. Okay. Oh, okay. So this is about where I was at. Frank says, I don't think she'll be on. She's been busy with some stuff, home stuff, but I will let her know you will be on. Maybe she'll hop on. I hope she does come on. I enjoy hanging out with her. I enjoy hanging out with you, Frank, and I think I don't know, it'll be fun. But maybe it'd be kind of interesting. Maybe she should see if she'll make some man cards. Yes, I will be headed to church. See, I told you. I told you. The men's mentoring class specifically. Cool. That's awesome. Let's see. Oh yes, Nathan. Good to see you start posting on IG. And those things that he posted, the three that I saw at least, Didi, those were from the sketchbook I saw. And I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Like what he it's oh my gosh. He's good. I'm gonna try not to make him blush too much. What's up, SF Gamer? Thanks for hanging in. Um, hanging out. I'm dropping some more things on there. I appreciate your encouragement. Cool. Yes. To Dee Dee. He was saying that. Chris, I'm not going to. Chris, hi. Hello, everyone. You have a class in 20 minutes, so you'll watch the replay. Okay, cool. Thanks for stopping in and saying hey. And I hope you enjoy the replay. Yo, everyone. What's up, Gladman Comics? Thanks for coming by. Let's see what else. I don't mind shilling people's stuff, but I like to talk about other things too. Yeah, totally. And that's that's it's more fun. Like when it's always shilling. Like I don't have a problem with showing somebody's Indiegogo and stuff. Trust. I mean, obviously, I've done a lot of that, and I probably will do more. You know, but I always like to bring a topic, have a topic that's usually related to the person who's there. I want people to get to know the person who is on the show so that I feel like when I start to get to know um, the creator, I feel much more excited to it just attracts me to see like what kind of comics do they make, that kind of thing. So I don't know. I want to know what Marsh eats for breakfast, not just what the book he's promoting. I mean, yeah, and I eat these days. I eat usually eat hamburg and sometimes eggs because I'm on a carnivore diet. Do do do. For the moment, for 30 days, it's almost up, and then we'll see. We'll evaluate there. What's up, Seven? Greetings. Hello, hello. Thanks for coming in. Is that shirt from YouTube creator 1000? Love his work. Yes, yes. I have about 1000 shirts. I was signed up to a subscription thing for a while, and I definitely have like a good 10, 15 shirts from him. So, yeah, he's awesome. I love his YouTube videos. I wish I could make videos as cool as 1000, and I could, but I'd also like to make my comics at some point too. Yes, Seven. Thanks for the man cards. He did some really cool drawings and stuff. He shared with some of us. So that was really cool stuff. Magic Max, what is up with 2X's? Hello, thanks for coming by. Osamedi, I haven't seen his vid yet. Luke Stone said something similar too. Okay, cool. Yeah, Luke Stone's cool too. I had him on a while ago, but I'll have to talk to him again sometime. Drawing hands is cool. Not that I am good at them, but I try not to hide them behind the back or legs. Yeah, I don't know. I'll hide a hand if I need to, I guess, but I don't think I ever have. But I'm not afraid. I'm cool with hiding stuff if it still makes sense, and I really feel like I need to. I don't think I ever really do try to hide stuff. I just show my bad drawings out to the public. Gotta run. Thanks for hanging for a bit, Frank. Have a good time at your men's meeting thing. Frankenstein is a great book. I think you were the one who was telling me about that, Nathan, and I think that's a big part of why I read it or listened to it. Actually, part of it too was Dee Dee because, well, unbeknownst to her, well, so Dee Dee, yesterday was showing what she's doing for Inktober, and so that caused me to think maybe I should do Inktober. I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe I still don't know for sure. But that also caused me like think like what ideas do I want to do for Inktober? Um, like I don't want to do the prompts that come. I want to do something that I'll be excited to draw. And I thought of this idea of doing like I was thinking of doing like and it could turn into like a coloring book maybe, but like I was gonna do like Frankenstein's new creations or something like that, and then just draw like crazy monsters, and maybe make them in a way that would be like colorable, make them into a coloring book later. Because I don't know, I just think it would be fun. So I don't know, I might do that, and that's why I read Frankenstein. Plus, there's a monster book, 9-volt anthology that Peter Seckler does. You know, he leads that, and the next one is a monster comic. So I may be doing some kind of monster comic. I don't know. We'll see. Um, and so yeah, I figured reading the actual old book by Mary Shelley would be really inspirational and helpful to see, you know, and boy, man, I went on a journey with that. That was a journey for sure. So Hollywood's version is just so different. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Yeah, I agree. What's up, Landon? How you doing? Thanks for coming by. Let's see. Seven says technical difficulties understood. Marsh, life isn't about waiting for the storms to pass. It's about learning to dance in the rain. Oh yeah, totally. Totally, totally, totally. Let's see if it works now. Does it work now? I get No, I don't get it. Why? It's so annoying. Like, how did it work for so many streams and suddenly it doesn't work? Maybe after I'm done catching up with the chat, I'll do another leave and come back thing and see if it does anything. I don't know. Let's see. Been working on my comic book, says Hannah Becker. Thank you for coming by. And yeah, cool. Awesome. I mean, that's what these streams are usually great for too, is like if you're doing like some inking or something or drawing, sometimes you can draw and listen, you know. That's what I like to do too. But hope it's going well, Hannah. Um, Mark, what's up? I would love to make a living working with web or newspaper comics. Wow. I mean, I feel like you can make any passion that you have nowadays is possible to make. Almost any passion is possible to make into a career. And that's one version of comics, and there's no reason. Like I actually feel like I could make a career just with mini comics, but I want to do other kind of comics too. So but I do feel like it's possible. I bet I could make a career just with mini comics. Not just with selling only mini comics, but like all the things that I mentioned before around. And I hopefully when it does that weird swirly thing. I don't know if you guys see that where it blocks out, but hopefully I don't. You guys aren't losing me too much here in the feed. I need to open my store back up. Got books to sell. Ooh, sounds good. Yeah, I think you should. That's one thing too. Again, sowing the seeds of success in comics. If you don't even have a place for people to buy them, then, you know. Now, again, Peter is an inker, so, I'm sure I know you've talked about that you make money as an inker and stuff, so that's it. That's one way to make money, like original art from comics, or doing the inking, like being part of a team and being one of those parts and getting paid for it, that type of thing. Like there's a lot of different ways and a lot of different streams of income you can get into. Exactly. Have multiple things bring in money, not just the one thing. Totally. Um, Same here. I have a website ready to go, video to place on YouTube and selling and creating t-shirts. Awesome. See, that's what I'm saying. Got a stream coming up. See you later, Marsh. Yeah, man. No problem. Thanks for coming in, Peter, and have a good time on your stream. Chris, I wish I had more time for art experiments. See, that's another thing. Like that's actually the route I wanted to go with my YouTube channel. It's just I'm crap at like taking the time to edit and a video. But I probably will do that, but maybe I'll do it through the live streaming, because I enjoy live streaming. So um, but you can make a career. I mean, how many art challenges are there out there on the YouTubes, and people have these channels, and a lot of what they do is like these art channels, these experiments, and they just have fun being goofy and talking about stuff while they're making art. And there's some people making some good money on YouTube with that, and maybe they have other things. Maybe they have, classes that they teach or whatever. There's so many things. So, yeah, so I wish I had more time for art experiments, but teaching is a full-time job and it pays the bills. It also gives money for art material to use the little free time with the little free time I have. I mean, and that's the thing. Again, I always put this caveat out there, and I didn't today yet, but I'm not saying you have to make a living with your creativity. Like if you like it to be more on the level of something you do after work or whatever, like it's your passion, but you don't have to make a living from it, that's awesome. There's nothing wrong. But I don't, I personally am miserable at my job because it's not, I've always known I wanted to be a creative person for a living, so every day I'm spending time at my job. I feel a lot of times like it's a waste. That's me though. That's how I am. Not everybody feels that way about their job. Joshua Kimball talks about how much he loves his job, but he also loves making comics. So he's doing both, which is awesome. That's really cool too. Sometimes he does the odd illustration, freelance work too. Bring in some little, I mean, if it's just extra money for you or it's just a passion that you just have fun with and don't make any money, absolutely nothing wrong with that. Chris, I have to go. My student is coming. We are experimenting with watercolor and ink. See you all later. Take care. And honestly, that's another area that I'd like to maybe get into is teaching, uh, and maybe there will be opportunities for that in my local area, or I could always do it with a website and stuff and have classes. I don't know. We'll see. But thanks for hanging out, Chris. We're going to get to some man cards. We're going to get to some cool stuff here. Talk about some Frankenstein's monster, all that fun stuff as well. I'm still catching up with the chat here. I think I'm getting there. Thank you for sharing, Marsh. I'm glad. I hope it's helpful. I don't just say this stuff to like, I'm not trying to brag, right? I don't even know what I would have to brag about, but I say this stuff because I know what I struggle with, and I hope it's helpful for people. You are very kind, Marsh. Thank you. Yeah, man. I mean, I can't say enough about your art, but I don't want to. I don't want to say. There's a point where it becomes too much. I know, but I'm still excited about it. Shill pill, yeah, we got to take a shill pill. Like it's okay to do it, it's okay to shill a bit, but we gotta maybe back away from it a little bit too, because it's a little bit too much sometimes. You are very helpful. Thanks, Marsh. Well, I'm thank you. I'm glad you think so. I really appreciate that. That's a good idea. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm sure you're responding to something. Let's see. Ooh, I'm actually getting hungry, so you know, whenever I'm done, I'll eat. It's no big deal. Do. Start off small. That's the way to go, in my opinion. I'm still starting off small. I'm still not going for the big graphic novel or anything like that. You know, I've done a bunch of small stuff, but I'm gonna do some more. Um, excuse me. I just feel like stuff happens with my mouth. Let me take a drink. All right. So, Gladman Comics. I was just watching a video on how to set up a mailing list. I use Chimp, by the way. It's okay, but it's a pretty good early option to use because it's relatively cheap. Or I think it's free. I think it's still free. Yeah, I don't think I pay for it. But once you get to a certain amount of mail signups, which you can sign up for my mailing list if you haven't yet. It's donkeyjawprojects.com is my website. There are links below, and there's also a lot of new links. There's my eBay links. There's what else? The PO box thing is down there now. Oh yeah, and then Dee Dee told me to put like a tip jar thing, so I threw that down there for PayPal tip jar. So that's cool. But anyways, um, yeah, I use Mailchimp and it's free and it's cool. Eventually, I may have to change to something else because you can only have a certain amount, then you have to pay. And there's other places that where when you pay, it's kind of a better place to go. And email lists, you usually should be able to download your email list and put it onto a different provider. So, anyways, I think I'm gonna try it and send out my web comics to people who actually want to read them. Email list is a great way to go. Um, it's still relevant to this day, even though that was like the first social media type of thing, or the first thing that you could kind of market with, before social media, I guess. But if you're good, I'm not good at the email list thing, but if I just could make myself be more regular with sending them out, then I think it would be helpful. They go on and on about what they don't like. Yeah, yeah. And there are channels that just talk about what they don't like, And I mean, it works to a certain degree, but that's not my style personally. You're an inspiration as always, Marsh. Thanks, Evan. I'm glad you think so, and I hope it helps. Again, I always just hope it helps. CircWorks, Mr. Scott is here. What is up? Or was here at least at one point. We'll see. I just joined, but so far what I caught sounds like a good plan. Multiple income streams for artists is the way to go. It all adds up. And if there's anybody who knows about that, it's you, Scott. You're good at building all those different streams, and I definitely am inspired by what you do. I know you're doing a bunch of things, and I love it. I think it's awesome, and I think that's the right way to go. It's even that's not easy. None of it's easy. It's all anything worth doing. Takes some good effort. But it's literally anything. Like even my job that I hate. You know, I have to work hard at it to make it work, and to keep my job and all that stuff and to I mean, I'm tired at the end of the day a lot of times, and it's hard for me to get anything done on my projects. But everything is hard work. And it's going to be the same with creating a platform on your YouTube channel or whatever, platform you're using, email lists, everything, trying to juggle all of that you know but it's figure outable. There's many problems, but they're all figure outable. Creating a career for yourself is absolutely, especially in this day and age more than ever, is figure outable. um, And yeah, I don't know. And again, it's not everybody's goal, to do that, but it is my goal. So that's why I talk about it so much. Reading James Barr's The Crow, great example of write what you know emotionally. That I have it sitting right over there in the bookshelf. Haven't read it yet, but looking through it's amazing. And I do want to actually, that's a good idea. I should read that because you're right. He talks specifically from pain in his life, or he did, he wrote specifically from a place of pain in his life. And so that will be something good for me to check out, I think, especially trying to learn this write what you know thing. Nothing to be ashamed about if one's art being mediocre-ish at first. Even masters were at that point. Absolutely. Everybody sucks when they start. Everybody. And you have to get through the sucky drawings to get to the good ones. Absolutely. I agree. Do 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 do. I almost always use reference either pics of real stuff, real life stuff, other cartoonist work, or my own, trying to keep the look uniform. Yeah, and you and I were talking about that in the Discord recently, and it was interesting some of the stuff you said. Um, because I was talking about style. I'll say this. I was talking about like, oh man, I was drawn in that like Von Baudet style, and it was really fun, and this and that. But I can't seem to do it all the time. Like I can do it sometimes, but I did do pretty good with the rubber hose. Like I was able to keep it kind of consistent with that style. But Evan was saying, well, I do that happens to me too, but anytime that happens, I just go back to the styles that I like and I start copying a bunch of them and then I get back in the groove. So using the reference, obviously you're not copying it for your own characters necessarily. Like, well, I mean, there's times where you kind of swipe a pose. There's nothing to it. Some people say that's bad. I don't think it's that bad to do it too much. You got to be, there's a balance, but you know, yeah. Anyways, it's good to use reference and learn new ways to draw things. Like the thing is when you're drawing with pencil, pen, ink, whatever, you're translating something, you're automatically abstracting something in real life. Like there's not really lines in real life. Like, and we draw these figures with all these lines and everything, but there's actually just places where shadow comes in and shadow leaves, and the edges are not outlined, so you're automatically translating from what you see to something more abstract. Even if it's very representational, it's still more abstract. Now if you're going the painting route, you're getting a lot closer, or if you're going like a shading route or something, but even that can if the artist's hand, if it's almost like a photograph, that's why I'm not really into like photorealistic art, because to me it's like, well, just take a picture, you know. But I get it. It's like building towards that skill, and it's impressive. But I could get there if I put a lot of work into it. But it's not, to me, that what's interesting to me in art, and this is my preference. If you do photorealistic stuff, more power to you. Mark Crilly's a really cool comic creator, but he likes to do photorealistic stuff sometimes. Nothing wrong with that. But for me, I like to see the artist's hand. I always want to see the artist's hand, and that's what's interesting to me. You let's see. It just freezes for a second. Okay, good. It's not too bad then. Website is important. It's like your business card. I agree. I agree. I think it's very important. And that's why I had to work on mine yesterday. And so it's at a decent place. Hopefully I can build from that and make something substantial. Um, Speaking of Frankenstein, did you catch my recent Frankenstein video, or in the versus the Mummy video? No, I'll have to check that out. Let me write that down so I do check that out. Everybody go to Landon Huber's video and check it out. To be honest, honestly, Landon, I don't think I even knew you had like a YouTube channel. Sorry, I wish I did know that. And um, you know, some people you just see around and you don't realize that. So I got to check that out. All right, let's see. Frankenstein versus the Mummy. Yes, yes, I gotcha. Still here. Cool. Thank you for hanging out, man. Yes, figure outable. It's a word. I like that word. Yes. Josh is here. What's up? Hey, just tuning in while working on comics. Glad to see the stream going. Yeah, man, Josh, where's you were streaming like a madman for a while there. I was hopefully you'll get back to that. I mean, I'm sure, you got a lot of stuff to do. You're working on your comic, you're really focused and all that. But yeah, I was missing your streams, because I was enjoying watching them. But I know you have been doing them, but just not as frequent as you were for a minute there. I actually still have to probably catch up on one or two of them. One mangaka may not have the best art in the world, but you don't have to have great art to make a great story. I agree. It's all about storytelling, it's all about clarity, it's about design, it's about a lot of different things. But storytelling kind of encompassing all of it. And it doesn't have to be the most amazing art, technically the most amazing art. But if you have a story, and it's all about story when it comes to comics. It just is. I mean, unless you're making weird abstract comics like sometimes I make, but then it's maybe less about the story. But and there's a lot of comics out there that I love that don't have great stories, so there's that too. It's kind of all about the art sometimes too, but I would much rather read something that has good art and good story. So yeah. Yes, swipe a pose. There's nothing to it. Have you guys seen Madonna lately? Oh my gosh! Like I saw some. I think Jeff Lafferty and Gibran Gibran were talking about it, and so I went to her Instagram. I found her Instagram, and I'm like, this is an alien from another planet. Like she looks like she looks younger than she ever looked ever. Like even when I was a kid and she was coming out, like she does not look like Madonna anymore. It looks like somebody else is acting as Madonna and doesn't look anything like Madonna. And she looks like she's 20 something, but except for her face is kind of fake. And I don't know if she can smile anymore, but yeah. I don't know. You know who else is kind of like that? Tom Cruise. Like these people might be, maybe they found the fountain of youth. I don't know. There's probably a place in Hollywood that's called the Fountain of Youth, and it's a plastic surgery facility. Anyways, do you think independent comic artists need to be writers, inkers, and colorists if they want to succeed? No, you can do it any way you want to do it. Like you could be just a writer, you could be just a artist, you could be just a colorist. I mean, there's a if you look up how to make color, how to do comics comic coloring, there's certain people that come up on YouTube, and I think they're making a pretty good living just being a colorist and teaching other people how to do it. That's just one example. Um, Same with writing. I mean, there's not enough writing comics videos on YouTube. There's more than there was years ago, but still, my buddy Fue Storm, also known as Lucifer Storm, he has some of the best um, videos I've seen on writing comic books so far. Uh, and there there's definitely a place. I'm not saying YouTube is the only thing you can do to make a living. There's other things you could do it on TikTok. You could do it anywhere. You could scream at the side of the street. There's people who have had career, made a lot of money doing you know, doing classes at libraries and stuff like that. Like, there's so many ways to crack this nut, you know, and whatever it is that you do and you have a passion for, do it and share it some way. And you can, I believe you can make a living. I'm not saying you're going to be rich, but you can make a living to survive, you know, or make it a very nice supplemental income. You know, maybe you'll only have to do a part-time job doing Uber or doing UPS or something else. And then you're working half time at one place, but you have enough money coming in from your kind of side hustle type of thing, you know, that you now have more freedom and you're doing something you love more often than you would have otherwise. You know, there's so many ways to do this. So you just got to be use your creativity that you would use for your art. Use that also for what your goals are. You know, heck, I would use a reference for original character. Nothing original. They get their ideas from someone real world at times. Yeah, I mean, I kind of think it's okay to use, you know, a pose, swipe a pose, as we say, to a certain extent. But there is a point where it's like it gets too much. Just like everything, there's a point where reference becomes, I believe, too much. I'm not a fan of these people who just only draw from reference and there's no life in their art, except for there are people who do that very well. For example, Neil Adams did that very well. Norman Rockwell did that very well, and they were heavily leaning on reference. But that's an art in and of itself to be able to use reference in a way that still keeps what you're doing very lively and exciting and interesting. So, you know, to each his own. It really depends on how you like to work and what you feel is okay in your mind. You know, I do think there is some moral things to think about. And I'm not saying, you know, just to, you know, how far do you take it? You know, some people take certain things maybe a little too far. I'm not their judge, but judge yourself, you know, figure it out what you feel like is the right way to go. Um, let's see. I have found, Landon says, I found with painting, you have to walk the edge between style and realism. The more real it gets, you can tend to load some of the style flair. Frazetta was a master at this. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a good point. It's, you know, there's a lot of different ways to kind of do the art thing. That's why every artist is honestly a unique snowflake. No, but every artist kind of can't help but be a little bit unique. It's actually more amazing to me when there's so many people who do look the same. You know, there's almost like a house style, but I think if they really let themselves go, they would have a unique style as well. But anyways, that's a whole kind of other topic. I got a YouTube channel. Awesome. I'm going to be checking it out. I may have checked it out before and didn't remember. So sorry about that. Um, Josh says, I'll be back to it in a bit. Have some mental health stuff come up. Okay. All right. But I should be back on the horse soon. Okay. Well, I can totally empathize with that. I mean, last week, I didn't do so many videos. Last week I got hit with some stuff that really was I was having a hard time with, and I was very depressed last week. Very depressed, more than normal, much more than normal, and I get depressed, you know, from time to time. That's one thing. Like I've toyed with the idea actually of talking about mental health on my channel as I'm drawing comics, you know, or showing video of me drawing comics, because the thing is I don't because I don't think I have much of an expertise in that. You know, I don't know the answers. I just know there are some things that I think I feel strongly about. But I'll say those things. I'll pepper them in, but I don't think I'll ever become a channel that talks a lot about mental health. Let's see. Hollywood's fountain of youth gushes silicone and Botox. Yes. I think I'm gonna start the scream at the side of the street route. Yes, soon if I can't get views on my vids. Just keep doing the videos, man. Like, yeah, everybody who's here, check out Landon's, YouTube. I don't know what it's like, over there. I'll find out soon. But if you like it, you know, you'll like it, and it's worth checking out. And you know, I don't know, just yeah, maybe hopefully some people will come from my channel and go to. In fact, let's do this. Let's do this exercise right now. I'm gonna look up Landon. Hopefully, it comes up. Huber, YouTuber, YouTube, um, and we're gonna put the link in the description. All right, here we go. Yes, I am subscribed. So that's cool. You have 1,300 subscribers. That's pretty awesome. It's hard to get it to 1,000. It took me many, many, many years to get to 1,000. Now I'm doing a little better, but it's still. Oh, I've seen your videos. You did like a really cool uh you did a really cool berserker knot, I remember, if I'm not mistaken. And you have some awesome art. And yeah, I like what you do, man. Um, keep up the good work and keep. I mean, I'm looking at how many videos you have, and like, I wish I got to a thousand subscribers. You know, with that few videos, I'm on like video. I might be on video 900 right now. I know I'm way over 800 videos. Um, and it took me a long time. I was about at 800 probably when I finally got my first 1,000 subscribers. So it takes work, man, and just keep plugging away. Your last video was 5 days ago, and then a month ago, and a month ago. Man, like, I would say, if you can do it, try to get a video in a week. You know, I think that can really help. Do the best you can to try to get a video in a week. You'll grow, man. I mean, there's been times where I've done daily videos. I've even done multiple videos in a day. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Kayfabe, I think, does videos every day, but I'm not saying you should do that. That's freaking hard, you know? But if you could get a video out a week, man, I think that'll help, and just keep growing and keep connecting with the people who comment. Like, always respond to your comments. um, that I try to always respond to my comments. I haven't gotten to every single one, because there's been times where I haven't paid attention to my channel and I was still getting comments. But even at those times, I was sometimes checking in and going through and responding to everything I could. Um, but I try to always respond to my comments. That's a big one. What you're doing right now in this live stream, talking to people, I see you in Jeff's streams and other people's streams. Like, that's a great way to do it. That's really helpful as well. Help other people, and respond to all your comments. Actually care about the people who are, involved in your videos, who watch your videos and stuff, and it'll go a long way. It takes time, it takes work, but it does work. Trust me. Like, I've done it a lot, and I've gone away and come back a lot and refurbished, like reinvigorated my channel, many times, so it works, man. It totally works. So here, let me get the link. Did it do? And I'm gonna put the link in here. Landon, I mean, he's got really cool art. Go and subscribe. Check out Landon Huber's stuff, and freaking, yeah, let's help him out. And I don't think you will be sad about doing that, because, like I said, he's got some cool stuff. So here we go. Here is the link to Landon L. Huber. I have no clue what your middle name is. My middle name's L. Lee. My middle name is Lee. and my last name. And my name is Marshall Lee. No, I've shared my people probably. There's people out there who know my last name, and maybe I don't know. I'm not really hiding it, but there's a reason why I started going with Marshall Lee. It's more memorable, and I've talked about this so many times. There was other issues too in the past where it was personal things with family that was the reason, but nothing crazy. I think I figured out something about the YouTube algorithm. What did you figure out? Because whatever you figured out will change tomorrow, probably. But not really. A lot of people complain about the algorithm, and you know, I usually don't agree when people complain about the algorithm. I think they're missing a lot of context usually. On the second day after I uploaded the last video, it was getting views by the minute. Then the next day, it flattened out considerably. So I've done a lot of learning about how YouTube works. I'm not an expert, but I've learned a lot. Um, it's always good when you post a video, to the first hour is important, the first 24 hours is important, and the first week is important. So, and it kind of slows down throughout that process. It's all important, really. But the first hour you upload, try to be attentive and make sure you see where the comments, and you just reply to any comment that comes in within the first hour, first 24 hours, first week, especially, all those things. YouTube does have a thing where it tests out your stuff and wants to see engagement in those early phases. Uh, so, and another thing you can do, and I used to try to do this when I was trying to grow more before, but I don't do this anymore. Um, but you can answer questions. Don't just answer questions in a way that ends the conversation. Answer questions in a way that keeps the conversation going. So, say, oh, that's cool, that you noticed that. I really appreciate that. Do you also blah, blah, blah? Or, ask some kind of question, that causes or do something that causes the conversation to keep going. Because the more interaction you have in your comments, the better. Another good thing to do is if you have a topic or whatever, make sure you write it in the title, and and put it in the description. I didn't do that with this video, actually. I should have. And put it also in the tags. And that's just a little SEO stuff, but just doing that is good. Having a good title that people will want to click on and a good thumbnail that people will want to click on, huge. That's like one of the hugest things. You want to get watch time. There's so many different things, but those are like those basics that I said right there will help channels out a lot more, especially newer channels. People don't realize how powerful thumbnails and just a good thumbnail and a good title is. It really can take things pretty far. And also just keeping that engagement going. Keep talking to the people in the comments. Don't be obnoxious with it. Just be real and natural with it, Let's see. I think YouTube was pushing it, but since my vids are 40 minutes, people weren't staying to watch the whole video, so YouTube lowered it in the algorithm. It does a bunch of things. Sometimes you'll do a video, and it'll do okay, or it'll probably do well at first, and then it'll go down. And then you'll notice 3 months later that suddenly it's starting to pop up. That's when you start to get like a viral video or something closer to a viral video, or just a video that has some real evergreen, quality to it. Evergreen videos are great. Another tip is answer simple questions. I got this from the YouTube, what is it? YouTube Creators, whatever Academy thing. But it's true. If you just make small videos answering simple questions, just stuff that you even see other people ask in other comments of other people's videos, or people ask you, or come up with the questions yourself. Go into a book about the stuff you do, with your paintings, and just look at all the questions they answer there, like all the topics, and make a short video just answering about, some simple thing about acrylics or oil. I don't know which one you use, or whatever, but like literally, like, I don't know how to make sure your, like, acrylic is dry, or how to like, varnish your thing, or like whatever. Like, there's all these, what brush, what brush do you use, like, what brushes, these are 5 brushes that I use in my painting process, and I use each one for a different purpose. These are the purposes I use them for. 5 minutes in and out, you got a video just answering simple things like that. Like, I don't know, there's all these weird shaped brushes that I get in these brush sets. I literally don't know how to use them. I just try and do it. If I had somebody telling me, oh, hey, this brush is actually specifically really good for this kind of use, I would level up. And people search for that kind of stuff. So there's a million things. There's other things to look into, but this video isn't meant to be, about how YouTube works. But I do like talking about that a lot. So you got me on like a rabbit trail of something that I like to talk about. I noticed on Jeff's channel that his shorter 15-minute long videos got almost 3,000 views. However, a lot of the 2.5 hour streams only get 300 to 400. Yeah, definitely get more views on a video that's shorter that I upload. It's not also just shorter, but uploaded videos versus live streams are different. Um, but people do have a good live stream game and learn how to really make that work pretty good too. So there's strategies for each. Right now I'm doing more of the live streams, but I do plan on doing some of the shorter videos, and I do notice that videos that I upload have more impact usually, and shorter videos. But it's all different. It depends on your audience, what they like to watch. It depends on just the culture. Like, if there's like a community, like, what is the community around you doing? Like, I don't know if you make comics or not, but you're definitely doing paintings. Like, if there are a bunch of other channels doing the kind of paintings that you do, what is the community doing, and kind of play off of that. Learn from them, do some similar things, but also do something that's a little bit of a different take on it, and that will actually set you apart. I could sit here and do YouTube advice all day, but I don't I don't really necessarily have to make it all about this. But you don't have to make sure your acrylic is dry. Yeah, I'm just trying to come up with silly stuff. It dries very quickly unless you use retarders. Yeah, I've noticed that too. But I guess I should have said oils, because I know oils can take forever to dry and stuff. But yeah, I'm glad. Hopefully it's helpful. What's up, my man? How you doing, man? You've been developing a comic, right? I wanna learn more about that, man. You're doing developing another comic and working on a new hero issue, if I'm not mistaken. I've been seeing the Facebook posts and stuff. Really dig what I'm seeing, man. Really cool stuff. All right, so wow, took me a while to catch up with the chat that time. So we should probably get into doing a man card. I did some sketches of hands. I did a page and 2 hands, so I need to do a lot more work on that. Let's get into that. What did I learn from listening to that? The original Frankenstein's monster Shelley, or Mary Shelley stuff. Really intriguing. I guess we're not gonna. Let's try it again and see if my camera will work. Nope. All right, we were gonna try to. I'm gonna try to back out from this again real quick. I'll be right back. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why my webcam doesn't want to show. It doesn't make any sense. But I guess that's how this video is going to be. So hopefully I can get it working for the next stream better. I'll put this down a little bit because now we're going to, that way you can at least see something, right? So I got a list and I'm checking it twice. All right, I already did Arnold Schwarzenegger Predator. We got Vin Diesel. Oh, I did Samson. Here's the Samson one. Again, if you guys haven't seen these man cards I've been doing, Frank's been doing them. It's kind of an inside joke that's not very inside. It's outside and the world can hear. But there was just this whole thing I said on Dee Dee's. Dee Dee was doing. She does these like Barbie scenes and stuff like that. And I mean, you go on Dee Dee's channel. It's not necessarily like comic book geek. It's not at all comic book geek dudes who are drawing muscly men and babes and stuff. It's what she does. It's the crafting and the drawing of nature things and all kinds of stuff like that. And stuff that's really cool, mixed media art and abstract stuff and experiments and lots of really cool stuff that I get inspired by. But she also does these Barbie scenes and stuff, and sometimes I feel like I'm like, man, well, I don't. Maybe I'm losing my man card by by watching this stuff. I'm trying to retain my man card, and I'm sitting here looking at fabrics, and she's talking to all these ladies, and I'm like, am I supposed to be here? And she's like, no, you still got your man card. You're good. You still got your man card. But it's been like a funny joke. So now we're making man cards, So this is your man card. Somebody's gonna get this if it's on eBay right now, at some point. And I also have this one that I made for Dee Dee, but she can't see it yet because it's gonna be a surprise. And I'm sending that out tomorrow. And hopefully I'll send some other stuff with it for now. And I'll probably end up sending Dee Dee more than one package because she sent me more than one package, that's for sure. And I enjoy Happy Mail. It's fun. So that's why we're making man cards. And Frank's joined in on it too, because Frank is sometimes in her stream and she talks about Adam and all the different people who go in her stream. Sometimes CB's in there, different people. So some of it, we need to have our man cards when she's bringing out the Barbies and the fabrics and the frillies and all that fun stuff. So, so anyways, we got a list here. Let me know what you guys want me to do. If you guys have some ideas for man cards, let me know. It's just anything manly, really. It doesn't even have to be like, famous movies or whatever, but it seems like that's what a lot of the ideas tend to be. But we got Sylvester Stallone as Rocky, Vin Diesel, the 300 movie, Russell Crowe from Gladiator, James Bond, Daniel Craig version from Shaken and Not Stirred. That was somebody's idea. I don't know. I'm not familiar with that particular James Bond, or I'm not super James Bond person. I have enjoyed the movies as I've watched them. But yeah, Clint Eastwood is that's kind of I like that one. I'm surprised I haven't jumped into that yet. Charles Bronson and Death Wish. Captain Kirk, Brad Pitt in Fight Club, Johnny Depp, Captain Jack, Crocodile Dundee shaving with his big knife, Fabio. I don't think I'm going to do Fabio. That's one that I'm kind of like, it was a fun idea. I think it's funny, but I'm probably not doing Fabio. Just a lumberjack. Just a lumberjack. Or Hugh Jackman. Probably as Wolverine. So let's see what everybody says. Let me know what you think I should do if you have ideas. Yeah. The card looks awesome from Gibran. Hey, Grib, thanks for hanging out. And thanks for that. Yeah, I appreciate that. Let's see. Dee Dee, can you drop a link to your channel? It doesn't look like she did. I'll do it. I will do it. Um, do, 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 do. Yeah, everybody check out Dee Dee's channel. She does videos every Monday and every Wednesday at 8:30. Live videos for about 4 hours usually. And I've been what you see me doing here, that's me swiping a pose. Swiping exactly what Dee Dee does. Like I'm pretty much doing that. And I'm gonna have like I've had a couple giveaways. I'm gonna have some more giveaways coming soon. So that will be good. And my ear just started doing some weird sound that's annoying. Like, when you like go up in the mountains or go down at a lower sea level and your ears kind of pop or whatever, it's like it kind of feels like that. Like there's some weird pressure all of a sudden. It's really weird and it's fading. I heard recently, I always thought, like, I know I have like a little bit of tinnitus, but um, apparently 90% of people in the world have tinnitus. I didn't know that. At least a little bit, and that's when you hear like the ringing in your ear. Like if you were to go into a silent room or something, you would notice there's probably at least a little bit of ringing. So I didn't realize that that was that common. And there actually, that I've heard that there's no cure for it, but there actually is treatments that can help. I did not realize that. It depends on what the root of it is and all that stuff. But there's people who have crippling tinnitus, which sucks. I can't imagine that. Like where they just don't want to live anymore. Like that sucks. Yeah, the YouTube is the same as her name, but now the link is down there, so you guys can just click away, click till your heart's content. Love that Samson card. It's dope. Thank you. I enjoyed making it, and it came out better than I was hoping, actually. Well, better than I expected, I should say. You got to do classic Magnum PI. Yeah, big mustache. Let's do that. I'm going to put that on the list for sure. Classic Magnum PI. I watched that show when I was a kid once in a while. I was a little young, though. I don't think it was the type of show that my mom would have me watch too often. That's the ultimate man card. That mustache is epic for sure. I'll always remember the mustache. Sean Connery, Ultimate Man. Ooh, Dee Dee's got a crush. Oh my gosh, we better watch out. Tell hubby. I'm sure he already knows. Does hubby get jealous of Sean Connery? I'm not gonna try an accent. I don't know. I don't know how to do accents usually. It's all those cell phone towers. Yeah, probably. It's maybe somebody's tapping into my psyche. Peter, what's up? Thanks for coming by. We all got tinnitus from the same Kiss special that was on TV in the 70s. I didn't. I mean, unless my parents made me watch that, when I was negative years old, because I was born in 79. So, um, Nathan, it's not on your list, but you should do He Man. I feel like I just pulled like like this is the Price is Right thing. You should do a He Man. Like they used to do that with the announcement. Maybe I should do Bob Barker. Is he manly? I don't know if that skinny Mike is all that manly. What's manlier than a guy with the name He Man? Oh my gosh. Yes, yes. He Man is before I'm done doing man cards, which I don't know when that's gonna be. Maybe I'll do man cards for Inktober. Um, Before I'm done and doing man cards, I will have to do He Man. Should I do it from the old '80s movie? Is it '80s or '90s? The live action thing. Kiss and the Phantom of the Park rocks. Frank, pay attention to the men's meeting. Don't. What are you doing? What are you doing? um, Kiss and the Phantom of the Park rock. I don't know what that means though. I mean, do you want me to? I'm not gonna. I'm sorry. I don't think I'm gonna draw a Kiss for a man card. I'm not a fan of Kiss. If that's what you're saying, like the band, I don't really know much about them, and I don't feel like they seem manly. They seem, I don't know what they seem. They got that makeup. I don't even know what to make of it. Oh, just peeking in. Okay, I forgive you. Let's see. Snake Plissken? What? The manly duo of Jeff Lafferty and Gibran. Um, yeah, I mean, both of them have epic beards sometimes. I don't know. Actually, does Jeff? I don't know if Jeff has the beard right now or not, because he doesn't show his face anymore that much. I don't think. Um, but yeah, he had kind of an epic beard, and I know Gibbs got the epic beard. I should draw Gibb. All right, so we got some ideas. Oh man, which one do I pick? Maybe I'll go with He-Man. I like He-Man. I like classic Magnum PI. I mean, I like all these. Sean Connery. Sean Connery. I'm already trying to do something I said I wouldn't do. It's funny because I have Landon Huber written down just because, like, I wrote that as a note to go check out his YouTube channel. Um, let's see. Clint Eastwood is one that I'd really like to do. You know what? I'm gonna do Sean Connery. And what version of Sean Connery should I do? Let's see. We gotta get some. Oh man, I did what I didn't want to do. Let's see. Sean Connery. Let's do Sean Connery. I might do more. Let's see. How much time do I have? What time? I've done 2 hours. Maybe I could fit 2-man cards in today. Let's see. What is? I mean, I could obviously, there's you know, blah. Why can't it? James Bond. Obviously, James Bond. Wasn't he in Indiana Jones? Isn't at one point like the later ones? Um, Sean Connery with a turtleneck. Oh goodness. I could do the classic, you know, James Bond one. Let's see what people are saying. Not a fan of Kiss. Not a fan of Kiss. Unsubscribe. Sorry, Jesus. Well, it is what it is. I don't know what to say. Conan is a great one. I don't know why I haven't thought of that one, or that I'm surprised that didn't come up yet. Let's see. Braids? Oh, Gib braids. Okay. James Bond. She wants a James Bond one. Okay, we'll do a James Bond, Sean Connery. I feel like that'll be easier, anyways. Well, actually, it's funner. It's more fun to draw older people sometimes, like with all their wrinkles. But I don't care. I'll do the young James Bond one. I don't know if I can do the likeness, but I'll do my best. Yeah, he was Indy's dad. I thought so. It's been a long time since I've seen that one. He looks good in Hunt for Red October. That's another good idea. Let's see. Hunt Red October, just so I remember. Zordaz Connery. Or Zardaz. I don't know how to say it. Is Jeff streaming tonight, Gib? The Artcast has been having some good shows recently. I love the Artcast. the Jeff Lafferty version of the Art Casters, as well as the other one too. I really enjoy. Like I look forward every week to checking out the Jeff and Gibbs show. For sure, you guys are fun. All right, so I got like I could do this one, the typical, you know, one, the James. I don't know why I can't think of the word James Bond today. Let's see the Sean Connery Hunt for Red October. Do. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna. Oh, and then the Indiana Jones one is kind of funny because he's got that funny hat on. Like it kind of doesn't look right on him, but it works for the role. All right, we're gonna do the young. We'll just do the young one. Should I do that exact? I mean, it's just such a fun. Yeah, I'm gonna do that exact picture because it's a fun picture. I'm sure everybody and their mother's drawn this picture of Sean Connery, but I'm gonna be one of those people. And who knows? Maybe my mom will get into art and she'll start drawing Sean Connery as well. Okay, here we go. We got to get out the sketch cards again. Let's break them out. I hope you realize, Dee Dee, that this card's coming to you as well. So sorry, people. If anybody else wanted it, this card's going in the mail tomorrow with the other man card. So let's see. Where is the pens and pencils I like to use? And then we'll try to get to another one. So I'm going to try my best to get to 2 man cards today. Let's see if we can draw fast. All right, I'm kind of hungry. I should go take a break and get some food. It's already made, but I'll survive. I might need to get some water, more water though. You know what? Before I do this, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. And we're going to talk about some Frankenstein, and we're going to draw some man cards. All right, I'm coming back. I'm chewing. I got a little bit of food. I got some waters. And I got my little weird fancy cup for John James Bond. I'm going to pretend that this is like whiskey or something. Have a little ASMR. It's me copying Dee Dee again. What is it, Rachel, who likes the ASMR? Too bad she's not here. All right. Here we go. Ah, fresh. All right. Let's see what else is everybody saying. Do. So these are, I think, suggestions, but I don't know what these are. Kratos, Davakin. Thanks for the suggestions, though. I'm not sure what they are. I get first dibs to buy it. You're getting it. Whether you buy it or not, you're still getting it. Victor Von Doom. All right. I feel that. I feel what you're putting down there. Victor Von Doom. Let's see. DD is in auction mode. Oh, is that so? Shaken and not stirred. Yes. I should get some real whiskey. I don't have any. I don't have any alcohol in the house, actually. Gib would be a good man card. Yes, totally, totally. Who else would be a good man card? I mean, I suppose any. I maybe we shouldn't go down that road, but anyways, I wish I could. Let's see. Let's try one more time to see if the camera's gonna work. Nope. Oh boy. Anyways, here we go. I got to get these cards in. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's talk about Frankenstein. Have you guys ever watched or read Mary Shelley's original Frankenstein? Well, again, if you haven't heard me talk about it earlier, I listened to the audiobook this week, and I'm really glad I did. I enjoyed it thoroughly, and I have thoughts. I have thoughts. I have observations. I have takeaways. And hopefully, I'll be able to express them as I'm drawing Ye Old Man card. Maybe I should draw Frankenstein's monster as a man card. But is he even a man? Is Frankenstein's monster a man? I don't know. I don't know. It's a creature. It's a wretched creature. Oh, what a wretch. I love the language too, like of the original stuff. And so, what first struck me as I was reading it, and we'll talk a little bit about Mary Shelley too, probably, because I also listened to a documentary about her because I was obviously curious after, reading this. What's the deal? Like, where did this come out of? Like, wow, this is amazing. Apparently, she wrote it when she was 19. What the heck? Oh man, what's his border gonna be like? Is there any? Do? I don't know. I don't know how to do a James Bond border. I could do like guns and stuff, but I don't know that I want to do that. Maybe eh, there's probably something that makes sense, but I'm just gonna do something basic. Maybe I'll figure it out. I don't know. But anyways, so Frankenstein's monster, and Frankenstein. Um, so the first thing that struck me about the book was how how long it was, especially at first. Like I was almost like, you know, I don't know. I was like, what's going on here? Like it starts off with like five or so letters, from somebody who isn't Frankenstein and isn't Frankenstein's monster, and is just it doesn't even. I'm like, all this stuff that I've found out about Frankenstein throughout the years through pop culture, like it was like nothing like this book. And even after the whole ending, like it's not this, mad scientist, in a castle with all these apparatus and Igor and saying it's alive and being excited, madly excited that his creation has come to life. It's not that. That is not Frankenstein at all. But hey, cool. Like there's a tradition of that too, which is fine. And he doesn't necessarily have a square head. Um, he's not the Munsters. Uh, so there's that. Let's get that on the table right there, or off the table right there. So, um, what is he? What's going on there? Like, so again, it starts off, and I'm not gonna like I'm not. I'll try not to spoil it, but I do want to talk about a little bit. It starts off so slow. Like the storytelling is so slow, and we have like this tradition. I mean, we have like this like nowadays. It struck me how slow it was because it's all the story in contrast to the storytelling that we typically see um, in most of our modern culture in movies and comic books, especially in TV shows. TV shows is maybe can be a little bit different, TV series, but in most of the stories that we take in, it's very compressed storytelling. Like I don't think like outside of novels, like we don't we don't have anything that's not compressed storytelling. I don't think. I mean, I don't understand it all as much as I should, but um, you know, it's all this kind of quick storytelling, especially when it comes to movies, especially when it comes to, say, a one and done comic story, one issue type of thing. But even when it's drawn out for a while, it's still pretty compressed, in comic books, usually, more often than not. I mean, you got your Watchmen. That's something that's a little bit different than the compressed storytelling for sure. There are examples of things that are less compressed, um, but you're just like brought into this world, and it reminds me of my experience of like reading Lord of the Rings or something like that. You're just and it's such a slow burn to even get to the point. Like I'm like, is Frankenstein gonna show up? Like, is the is Frankenstein's monster gonna show up? Like I thought this was a monster scary thing, and this guy's talking to his sister about being on a boat. Like I'm like, what's going on here? I don't get it. Like and he's talking about his loneliness and this and that, and I'm like, what is going, so um and but it was interesting, and the language is like, I guess Victorian. I don't know. I don't know the times, and I don't know when Victorian, but it's from the 1700s. I know that. I don't know when the Victorian age was. Um, so, uh, but anyways, it's got that, Shakespearean, King James type of vibe to it. So, oh man, I'm like, am I gonna get this likeness right? I don't know. At least you got two man cards coming your way, Dee. um, and then I got to get the hand. That's the cool part. That's the fun part. It's maybe I shouldn't have picked this picture because it's such like a famous picture. I'm not going to do it justice, but yeah, I'm hoping that I'm able to get to a second card because yeah. Anyways, so anyways, it's just that like longer storytelling, and there's something really nice about living in a place, and going on a journey that takes time. Like nothing takes time anymore. Everything is all like about convenience. And I got to get that eyebrow raise up real good too. That's like that's the big that's a big part of this. And to get that eyebrow raised to look good, um, you have to make sure the other eyebrow is not raised. It's that contrast. So, anyways, and it's kind of a it's such a subtle like kind of look, but it's very like, hey, I'm Sean Connery, sexy man guy. It's very manly. If only I could have that kind of look towards a woman. Anyways, so let's see. So yeah, I really was taken by that, and also the vocabulary. There's so much vocabulary in there. Like it almost makes me want to say like it expands my vocabulary just by listening to it, and that's I've experienced that with reading and listening to books in the past. But it's nice. It makes me want to listen to more of the classics that I have yet to listen to. Like I'm definitely probably my next one because I'm kind of on this monster kick. Probably my next stuff is going to be some Lovecraft stuff. That's another one uh, that Nathan and I were talking about. He's a fan of Lovecraft, so you know. Um, so I'm just curious to dig into some of those. A couple people I know have done Lovecraft books. I know Josh is here or was here at least, and you probably know Kim Holm, who did. I'm pretty sure he did a Lovecraft book if I remember right. And then I know Mark Rudolph, who did Dagon. I have that. Let's see. I think I probably have it right over here. Of course, I can't show you guys from the top down situation, anyways, but I can show you a little bit, and then we'll show it another time if I can even find it quickly. I thought it was right here. Oh, maybe it's in this pile. I have lots of piles of books here. This is not helping me to get 2 sketch cards done. Here it is. I found it. I found it. And Mark Rudolph, was all about using the Pentel brush pen. That's when I first learned about the Pentel pocket brush pen that sometimes you talk about, Dee Dee. And it's a mini comic, and it's got this like cover, like what do you call these things? The slip covers or whatever. So it's got like 2 covers, protective covers. It's got a picture, I guess, of Lovecraft there, signed by Mr. Mark Rudolph himself. It's been a while since I've looked at this, and it's like this wraparound cover and cool stuff. Let's see. There's Mark Rudolph in the back, looking all metal. Should draw him. He's manly. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. It's just really well done. And I love Mark Rudolph's stuff. He's kind of got like a style that sometimes is almost like Mad Magazine or something, but at the same time he can go superhero with it, and it's almost like a caricature style, but also there's realism, and yeah, I don't know. Really, really cool stuff. I'll share this a little bit more one day. Um, when my camera works the right way it's supposed to. So, anyways, I'm not trying to talk about, Lovecraft necessarily, though. I'm talking about Frankenstein. Let's see. Yes, checking out the chat real quick a little bit. Bond is very manly. Yes, what's up, Paul Pate? How you doing? Thanks for hanging out. Yes, the dust jacket. That brush pen is the best. It's tricky for me still, but I've used it a lot. I think I used it for my first comic. Um, oh yeah, we could get manga with it for sure. That'd be cool. Uh, I have a 30 by 30 frame print of him playing poker. It hangs in Hubster's man cave. Oh, all right. So he's not that threatened, I guess. One eyebrow raised like the rock. That's manly. One thing that takes time is art. Yes, this is true. I'm going backwards here in the chat. Gonna bust it open this weekend. Oh, what are we talking about? I still haven't broken into my golden eagle. I have one jar ready to send to my dad in the mail. Ooh, okay. Let's see. 1800s. That must be when Victorian ages. Do. What else? What else? What else? It was over 100 years ago. You can spoil it. I don't know. Does everybody know about Luke and Darth Vader? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I had to read Frankenstein in college. Real eye opener. I think it's a story. I mean, this is the thing. It's not a story. Um, it's not what I expected exactly. Like, I don't know. Hey there, Marsh. I'm missing football for this. Better make it manly. Oh man, I should draw football. I should draw Paul Pate watching football. Draw him playing poker. Oh, I missed that. Sorry, Dee Dee. I guess we're not doing that one. No, I also draw, paint, and collage on my stream. Barbie only makes occasional appearances. I said that you do all that. Bowser is masking. I like Bowser. That's a good one. I'm gonna write that one down. Bowser. I mean, he's not really manly though. I mean, I guess he is manly, but he's not a man. But still, I like it. I like it. Oh, I should draw Jack Kirby. What? How? What? Jack Kirby is very manly. Short manly, but very manly. That's going to be one I do for sure. Depending on how long I actually, you know. But yes, a character from a Kirby comic would be great as well. There's a lot of man stuff there. Let's see. Do. I'm about there. We'll get back to it very soon. Frankenstein. Darth is manly, of course. What the? Yeah, I actually drew a female Darth Vader once. I don't know why. I'm not like the type of person who would draw like a female everything, but for some reason I had an idea, I thought it was cool, and it came out good. One of these days I'll show it to you guys. It's in my sketchbook, one of my sketchbooks. All right, cool. So I am caught up once again. So what else can I say about Frankenstein? I feel like there's a lot. Oh, this is a good exercise for hands too, actually. But let's see, how much hand will I get in there? All right, let's being stop being a girl. It's so horrible. That's like that is very not PC what I just said. I should be I should be ashamed. Um, but I don't really feel that way. Like whatever. Anyways, let's see. More about Frankenstein. There's so much more. Like I have a lot to say, but hopefully I'll remember those things. um, so it's very like slow storytelling. I've obviously covered that, which I like. Like it again, like Rocky is a great example. Like that story doesn't even start until like 3/4 in. You get time, you have time to get to know who Rocky is. Rocky is a very character driven story. And what's funny about Frankenstein is actually don't feel like it's a very character driven story, even though we get deep, deep, constantly deep into the psyche of Frankenstein himself and into the psyche of Frankenstein's monster and into the psyche of everything else. Like it really like you get into their emotions. I mean, it is like this whole thing, and I can relate to it because I've had times where I felt like, in my Christian faith, I felt like I was condemned at times. I really struggled with understanding the things of God at times, and so I felt bad, and I felt like I did wrong. I was a sinner, and I did wrong things. And anytime you feel guilty about things too, this kind of thing can come about. But you know, I know what it's like to feel like in despair, like, oh my gosh, like I don't know, this kind of feeling that they talked about a lot in there. And then there's like, I mean, not to that level. I never created a monster that like hurt people, so that's good. Hopefully I can stay off of that path, for the rest of my life. But like that being said, I've done things that I regret. So at times in my life, I mean, hasn't everybody? Maybe I'm the only one. People say no regrets, no regrets. Screw that. There's regrets. Sorry to say. Regrets happen. We're not perfect. If you don't regret, you haven't lived. No. But anyways, I'm really not drawing this as well as I'd like to already, but we'll see. By the end of it, hopefully I'll get there. Hopefully I'll get there. Uh, proportions. Proportions are the bane of my existence. So, there's just and really this story is about, it's such a contrast of death and life. It's amazing, the contrast of death and life in this story. Like, you know, Frankenstein is studying and believes in possibly like being able to reanimate, people from the dead, and bring life. It's like trying to find the secret of life, basically. And in his pursuit to do such a thing, he creates something that causes so much death and is actually death itself in a lot of ways. It's a dead creature who came to life. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but like it's just like it's just this juxtaposition, I guess, or whatever, of like that kind of situation. And so he wanted to bring about, and you can see the parallels to like, cloning and like, maybe some of the stuff with like AI, or like, the singularity things. And it's like the lesson is like, don't let your ambition run away with you. I mean, you got Einstein was part of creating the hydrogen bomb and all that stuff, and then we bombed, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Like, maybe they shouldn't have pursued that. He wasn't the only one involved in that, and it was the government commission and stuff like that, I guess. I mean, I don't know the whole story, but from what I understand. And you know, so these things that we create, that we think we're doing good, or you know, we don't have a bad, and it could be on a minor level too. We don't have a bad intention, but you know, somebody at one point, and it wasn't the Bible, but somebody at one point said something about good intentions and where they lead, uh, you know, and I think there's some truth to that. I'm not saying it's like the gospel, but you know, even what we do with our comics or creations, like, are we creating something that's um, helping the world, or that's a tricky question because people do like to write dark, macabre stories, like Frankenstein, for instance. um, you know, so I'm not saying that's bad necessarily. Like one of my good friends, super good friend, he goes by the name of Lucifer, and he's writing a story about a serial killer. And he's got another comic called Lady Satan. Like, you know, does that mean that's wrong to do those things? I mean, he's a good storyteller, and I personally have talked to him a lot about those stories and know that there's a lot more to those stories than, you know, on the surface you might think. So, but what it doesn't hurt to remind us, like, what are the consequences of our actions. And in this story, because he was negligent, he his whole family was ruined. And yeah, so it's really like an intriguing story, you know it also shows you a really interesting picture of Frankenstein's monster. Like, it's funny because you got in the movies and whatever, you got Frankenstein running around like a zombie, and like, he can barely talk, and he just like, does he even ever, like, then he says like a few words and stuff, but the whole, like, that process did happen. But you know anytime Frankenstein was actually in the book, or Frankenstein's monster was actually in the book, he was very eloquent, more eloquent than I know how to be, you know in the way he spoke. He learned how to speak from observing humanity, the humanity that rejected him. You know, and then you get this whole stuff of like, is he, wrong for doing what he was doing? Well, I think so. He murdered people and stuff. Frankenstein's monster. Um, was he wrong for doing what he did? But you do get to see from his perspective. Well, you created. He's telling Frankenstein, like, you created me and you rejected me. You know, and I wasn't able to taste the sweet things of life, the beautiful things of life, because you created me and in a selfish way, because you wanted, you were out for, the scientific, you know pursuit, and all that. And it's like, wow, it really, like, it just makes you think about a lot of stuff. Another thing that I love so much about this story is, you know um throughout the story, that it expresses so much misery and pain and anguish and sadness and struggling and anxiety and just worry and just so many things. But it's also expresses a lot of beauty, and like, it talks about the surrounding areas and the love of different, of family and brotherhood and friendship, and it shows it in a really beautiful way. Like, and so the stark contrast, I was talking to you guys the other day about contrast in, visually, how that's such an important aspect, um, to making appealing art. Well, also in story, it applies as well. contrast is huge. And so there's this stark contrast between death and life, and stark contrast between beauty and darkness, and all the things that make life not worth living, and humanity so wretched of a place. But it also expresses the beauty of all kinds of things of humanity. Like it shows the full range and spectrum of what humanity is, as opposed to stories we'll get that I don't. A lot of times these days, the story exemplifies how humans are just, they think this is like high art, to express how humans are just, a blight on the planet. They make everything worse, and often you hear that theme in stories of today. This story says that, but it also shows how humanity is a beautiful thing. And it shows how nature is a beautiful thing. It also shows how if you mess with nature, it can be a very ugly, disgusting thing and a horrible thing. So much from this story. You don't get that. I don't get that from comics usually. I've never gotten those kind of feelings from a comic. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. There probably are comics where that happens, but I have yet to find one and read one. Maybe I read the wrong comics so far. I mean, I know for sure I'm not going to get that from Youngblood and X Force, but I don't expect that from that either. But like, um, there's gotta, I think the potential is there. Comics are just as much story as, Frankenstein is, Again, I get that stuff more from movies and from, stories like this, novels, you know. Um, I mentioned the other day, where the crawdads sing. That was a movie that had an effect on me more than I see in comics generally. And it was a good movie, cool story. It was kind of, in some ways, it was a little bit of a horror story, but not really. It's not really a horror story, but it's a bit of a thriller. Um, and I don't know. It's an interesting story. I don't know if it really fits into. It's a drama, I guess. It doesn't really fit into a specific genre, maybe. But it was a good movie. I enjoyed it. I'm glad I saw it. That was one of the few movies lately that I've seen that was actually pretty good. Because I went to the movies a bunch of times, within the relatively recently. I probably won't be going to the movies very much anymore, but that was what I was doing with my ex girlfriend a lot. So, um, and we had lots of fun. It was great, really nice times. But that's not happening now, so it is what it is. Um, so, anyways, uh, man, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. I can already see like flaws, so many flaws. Uh, Hopefully, I can get. He's got a funny like neck fold that you don't usually see. I don't know. He's an interesting fella. A very manly, interesting fella. So hopefully, I'll be able to do some relative justice to it. Oh boy, it's a little stressful trying to do such an iconic picture. I should have chose something different. Even at this time, like I don't know how old he was when he did this, but like even at this time, you can see some wrinkles. He must have been like, he wasn't like super young. He wasn't like 20, I don't think, when he did this. He was of some sort of probably maybe late 30s, early 40s. I don't know. Who knows? But he looks so young compared to what I've grown up seeing him as. Like, He's always been old in my mind because I've always been so much younger. So, yeah, I definitely got this mouth wrong. This little mouth. He's got like a sneer, but it's not a up. It's weird. It's like he's smiling without smiling. It's such a subtle vibe. Oh boy. So I don't know. Is there anything else I could say about Frankenstein's monster? I feel like, or Frankenstein. Oh, there's the other thing that was interesting. In the audiobook, they kept saying, like it was LibriVox, or a couple cool things. Like, first of all, they always say, like, in these audiobooks, you'll find them. It was just right on YouTube. Sometimes that, they have a lot of free audiobooks of classics that are in the public domain and stuff. Um, so, and so if you've ever listened to one of these, they always have, like, at each chapter, they're like, this is a LibriVox recording. This is a public domain recording. And if you want to volunteer, blah, blah, blah. And so, for one thing is, I recorded some of the audio because it is the actual recording is in the public domain, which is really neat. Um, so I'll definitely be using that kind of stuff in some music and stuff because they say some really cool things. Like, just the language of it is just interesting. Um, so I'll be digging into that at some point. Probably, hopefully, because hopefully I remember to. Um, but then one other thing that they said is every time they mentioned the name of the book, they're like, "This is Frankenstein," or also the what did they call it? The the modern day Prometheus. Like, there was two titles for it, so I don't know if that was originally that was the thing. It was like two titles for it. Um, but yeah, it's like, I don't know what that means. Like, I know Prometheus is like I think a Greek god or something. Um, so I'm curious, why it said that. I don't know. Maybe you guys know why it would say that. But yeah, I think I got the sketch kind of down. I can ink this now, but I don't know that I'm gonna get this likeness. Like, this is, um, I don't know. And he's got shadow on his face. I'll probably have to erase because I put it on with pencil, but I'm gonna have to use the gray markers. So let's get to inking, stinking inking, and I'll check the chat real quick, and hopefully we're making good time. I might have to try to do an easier one for the second, or maybe I won't make it. Let's see. Inking doesn't take so long. So where is my favorite pen that I use for everything? Is this it? Here it is. Tombow Fudanasaki. The one with the plastic nib that is flexible. Love it, love it, love it. All right, let's check the thingies and the thing. Darth is manly. Yes. Okay. Here we go. Marsh and I will be doing man cards tomorrow on Tarako Creative Cast. Yes. I would put the link in, but right now I got to work on this art. But I don't know if everybody knows Salazar Art Nation, Tarako Creative Cast. Just look up Tarako Creative Cast, and you'll find their YouTube channel. 9 p.m. Central. So we'll be doing that. We'll do some more sketch cards. Grace isn't preached enough, Marsh. Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, I didn't understand grace. And you're right, it isn't preached enough. I don't hear about it as much. You're right, in sermons. But yeah, I've learned since then a lot about that, and I mean, God is amazing, and yeah, I don't know. We could get into that, but we're not gonna right now. I've thought a lot about that. All right, preach it, Dee. Yes. All right. I'm a firm believer in art depicting total depravity. I think it's fundamental to great art, whether sad or happy. I think what I'm getting from that is like the honesty, the honesty of total depravity, which, yeah, I mean, I believe in total depravity. So it's one of the many things that could be expressed through art. And I feel like you're kind of talking about the honesty, not being dishonest about the human condition and things like that, and personal experience and stuff. Obviously, with quarterly stories, you've talked about that. Um, redemption or destruction. I think. Cool. What else we got here? He also wore a toupee. Who did? Oh, um, Sean Connery. I think I recall that. Or Frankenstein. Sampling Frankenstein is a rad idea, Marsh. Yeah, I got a few takes that I'm interested to see what I could do with. There's actually a couple parts where it's almost like poetry in it. It's only a couple parts, but I recorded those too because I it would be cool to like make it so it's like a rap almost in some parts. So yeah, I got some ideas. Yes, the original Mary Shelley version was called the modern day Prometheus. So it wasn't called Frankenstein, it was originally called the modern day Prometheus? That's interesting. I'd love to learn more about that. I need to like look up some stuff about that because that seems interesting to me. Sean did, yeah, he wore a toupee. Frankenstein may have too. Maybe from yeah. All right, let's get to this. Ink. Let's do it. All right. Man, this drawing is all face almost. I can't like hide behind like shoulder pads and bad anatomy. I mean, I'm sure I'll probably mess up the anatomy here too, even though it's barely. Let's see. I got an idea for the corners. I can do this first at least. Every every card is a bit unique in more than one way. Doom, 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 doom. What's that from? I don't even know, but it's in my head. It's in my head. See, I could do karaoke on my own. Zombie, zombie, zombie. There was like a heavy metal version of that too. Oops, I kind of messed this part up a little bit, but whatever. Doesn't have to be perfect. I could use whiteout actually if I want to kind of continue the motif. Is that even a motif? I don't think so, but whatever. It sounds like a cartoon, that little ditty that I just did. Sounds like, you know what it reminds me of? Maybe it's that classic graveyard Fleischer Animation Studios thingy. Might be from that. Or maybe it's just from lots of cartoons. I don't know. I don't know. I just sing. I just sing what I want to sing. You can't tell me no. All right. Let's see. Draw the bow tie. That is not right, probably. Oh well. It is what it is. Oh man, on Adam Lore's show a while, like a week ago or so, he was talking about the phrase "it is what it is" and how it actually comes. There's like a poem that it comes from, and it actually is pretty darn deep. Like he read the poem on the air because uh, the girl who was there, what's her name now? I can't remember. She was on my channel yet, or not my channel, but she was in the chat. I think in the last video or one of the latest videos I did. But she asked him to share the poem, and he did, and it was actually pretty darn deep. I was like, damn, it is what it is deeper than I thought. It was pretty awesome. Mm-mm. Josh will be there on the Artcasters tonight. Which one? Is there going to be two, as there often is? Just got home. Didn't pay one bit of attention to his man time with his friends or whatever with the church. Let's see. That was the original MS title. Sounds almost like Teacup Ride at Disneyland. Oh, I wouldn't know much about that. Oh yeah, Neo Matrix masculine. I don't. Let's see. Neo, is he masculine? Yeah, I guess he is. But maybe you know who I would like to maybe even draw as Morpheus or Mr. Smith. But no, I won't draw him. But I won't draw that. Oh no. I hate that song so much. You always add those nice borders, Marsh. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know. It's fun thing to do. Sean did, yes, Marsh. Oh wait, I already did that one. Okay, I'm caught up on that end. I got to go back down now. The WB, yeah, maybe that's where it's from. I believe the name is Frankenstein, the modern day Prometheus. Calling it Frankenstein is a shorter way of saying the title. Okay, I never heard that until I, listened to the book. I'm laying low right now. They might be rocking one without me, though. Oh, I see. Whoops. That wacky Adam Lore. Terry Strange, that was her name. Frank, you are a reservoir of deep knowledge. Let's see. What do you think of Mr. Bean? I like him. Is he manly? I don't know that he's a man card type. Not that he's not manly, but I don't know. I don't know. Morpheus is manly. Yes, yes. All right. This sort of looks like Sean. Good old Shawnee boy. Um, but you know, I haven't inked it yet. I haven't messed it up with inks yet, so we shall see. Ta-da-da. All right. What else can we talk about? If anybody's got any thoughts, questions, quandaries, conundrums, um, I don't know what I'll be able to do to help you with that, but I'll give it my best. I will give it my best. Or topics. Anything you want me to talk about? Any thoughts on what I was talking about earlier with the sowing the seeds of success with comics? All right. Man, I feel like I messed up that face. That profile side portion. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I can fix it. Things can be fixed sometimes. Sometimes things can be fixed, just like prize fights. Things can be fixed, like baseball games and elections. All right, let's not go too deep. um, what else? What else? I feel like there's more to my life that I can talk about. Like, there's got to be more. Isn't there more to life than just drawing Sean Connery? So I'm not great at drawing hair necessarily, but I know that one principle that I've heard people talk about is like, getting the shape, the general shape first and trying not to draw all the hair. And it's hard. It's tough to figure out how to do it for me personally, but you know, somehow some way I pull it off a little bit, I think. So I'm afraid to like to do the face details. All right, let's do the other details first. The gun. It was the gun. There's what is it? I think Chicago. They have that song about the gun or something. They're like, the gun, something. I forget how it goes. I used to. Fun fact. I had a group that I formed with a friend, and we called it Gun, just straight up Gun, a non-violent crew. But our lyrics were the gun. Our words were weapons. Oh, I probably shouldn't say weapon on YouTube and gun on YouTube. Uh-oh. Copyright or not copyright. I'm gonna get banned. All right. Let's stop talking about guns, I guess. Shoot. Uh, doing that whole trying to pretend I'm drawing straight lines thing. Let's see. Ooh, we got some more stuff going on. Nate W, what's up? Thanks for coming by. Monty Python's Lumberjack. We have Lumberjack written down, but I don't know what Monty Python's Lumberjack is. Are you talking about like the knight who? No, probably not. I don't think I'm familiar with that particular. I only saw like Life of Brian and Holy Grail. I think that's the only ones I've seen. I like them, but always look on the bright side of life. Doo 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 doo. I remember when I first saw Life of Brian, and I was like, I've heard that song a million times or whatever. I didn't realize the context, and when I saw Life of Brian, I was like, oh damn, that's interesting. It was hilarious, but sort of like, just a little bit blasphemous. There's a requirement for man cards. Not everyone makes the cut. Ooh, Frank's making cuts. James Bond is looking good. Thanks. Hopefully it'll come out well. I don't think I'm going to get to a second card. unfortunately. We can talk about my comic, Freedom, in the mail and on the way. Ooh, cool. What's it about? I mean, it's kind of hard for me to talk about something I don't know anything about, though. That's the only problem. Uh, but, I'd like to learn about it. What else? What else? Where can we see some preview pages, Nate? Yeah, this isn't the show where I'm going to be showing stuff, but I would if I was doing something a little bit different. Do 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 do. Amadeus, Amadeus, Amadeus. I'm writing it down. Uh, let's see. Juggernaut. Yeah, Juggernaut. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They have a lumberjack bit. He basically starts out all manly, singing about being a lumberjack, then gradually reveals he wears women's clothing and hangs out at bars. Okay. Sounds fun. Like I would give it a shot if I was familiar with it. Uh, Again, the Reservoir of Knowledge also knew this. Let's see. Speaking about Frankenstein, the book illustrated by Wrightson is worth the money. I've heard so much good things about that. I've never even seen it in the wild, but I'd like to see it in the wild. I'd like to see it in my hands and on my bookshelf someday. Why am I doing this part? I'm not ready to do this part. All right, let's get back to the gun, the gun, the gun. They looked for the gun, something like that. It's how that song goes. I think it's in they reached for the gun, something like that. It's in pretty sure that was in Chicago. The movie Chicago, the musical. Maybe I should do the Music Man. Dick Van Dyke. He's manly. I feel like he's a funny man that's manly. I don't know. What do you guys think? Even in Mary Poppins with his horrible accent. he he was ridiculed, I guess, at first for the accent, you know, his fake accent that he did in that movie. But growing up with that movie and stuff, I just see it as a charming. I don't know. Mary Poppins is great, great movie, and he's great in that movie as well as what's her name? Why can't I think of her name? I'm sure the Reservoir of All Knowledge will know, and probably a lot of you will know. Obviously, it's such a stupid thing to forget, but I love. Speaking of her, even more than Mary Poppins, I actually think I love The Sound of Music. That's like such a good movie. Well, the first half is. The second half's kind of a snooze fest, but just because it's just not as fun. I don't know. It gets it gets dramatic and it's good the first time you see it or whatever, but I don't know. Not my favorite part. All right, we got the gun in there. Let's draw the fingers. Do-do-do, do-do-do. It's weird too, because like you draw from reference, like fingers and like from actual people. And like sometimes I feel like there's certain things in poses and in hands and all this stuff where you'll draw it from reference, but it looks weird even in the reference photo. And people would probably criticize you for having bad anatomy or something when it actually is just weird. Like the bend of the arm is just not what you would expect it to look like, you know? And so, like, there's things here with these fingers where people would probably be like, "You butchered those fingers," and it's like, well, look at the actual picture. It actually does look kind of weird. So I don't know. That can be a funny thing with reference sometimes too. I don't know if you guys ever experienced that, but I definitely have. The gun, she reached for the gun. I'm still singing it, even though I'm going to get banned from YouTube probably. I can't help it. I have to sing. I have to dance. It's true. I can't listen to music and just not move. I mean, I'm not like a dancer. I don't like necessarily always like dancing, but sometimes I have fun with it in the right company. But I do move. I can't help but move, when I'm listening to music. Frank Salazar Steen, Frank Salazar and Steen is a great one too. I know that's true. Captain Goggles is very manly. Uh, Frank and Steen Salazar, the modern day Hercules. We're mixing a lot of things up in here. Julie Andrews, yes, of course. How did I not think of that? She was cute too. Actually, I think she's pretty attractive. Nate, you just heard Marsh say he can't talk about it if he can't see it. That's why I was asking where. Oh, okay. Don't calm down. Calm down. We'll, you know, we'll figure this out one day. I'm trying to draw the excellent cover of Captain Goggles and Mask Woman on a card. I have the pencils ready. Oh, cool. Looking at the cover for reference. Yes, Julie Andrews is a fox. I think she did like a provocative, maybe possibly nude movie at some point. I've never seen it, but like I think it was this like huge scandal. It's like you can't be Mary Poppins and have that. But I don't know. Again, I just like her in Mary Poppins and whatever the Sound of Music. What else has she been in? I'm pretty sure she's been in like a lot of stuff. But those are what I know her from. Has she ever been in anything with Sean Connery? Similar era. I wouldn't be surprised. He's got like this kind of almost like a pouty mouth in a weird way. I don't know if that makes any sense, but there's just like the lips kind of jut out a bit in a funny way. I'm big on mouths. It's a weird thing. Like when I talk to people, I don't look at their eyes, I look at their mouth. I try to make myself look at eyes though, but I have like I feel like I have like childhood trauma about looking at people's eyes, but um I try because I know that's a good thing to do and but it's not my go-to. I have to make myself do it. Little factoid about Marsh. Um But so I look at people's mouths. So like, I don't understand how people see like expression in people's eyes, like their eyebrows, sure, but like there's not. I don't know. Like I don't see it in the eyes, but I can tell more what people are maybe thinking by their mouth shape actually. And like when I see, sometimes I can tell like, oh, that actress must be related to this actor or whatever, and I find out they are, and it's because of the shape of their mouth that I know it. Very odd thing probably to hear this. I don't know, I've never heard anybody else say something like this, but it's been my truth for a long time, and I'm now confessing it on YouTube in front of millions of people. Uh, maybe I'll get canceled for it. That would be cool. But anyway, so what else? What else? Yeah, he's got like a little pouty thing going on with his mouth a bit. Do 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 do. I also have trouble, especially when I'm, drawing like my own characters, not from reference. But even when I'm drawing from reference, I have trouble with the placement of the pupils. Um, like, it's hard to make somebody look like they're looking in the direction you want them to look at, if that makes any sense. At least for me, it is. Eyebrows can be tricky too. It's all tricky. I suck at it all. Oh, goodness. But knowing you suck is half the battle. Once you know that, the world is your oyster. Then you can really go forth with the confidence of sucking. So says the Pope. No, I don't know. Let's see what else. Yeah, that does not look awesome. But hey, well, I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. I feel like this part that I'm about to draw is like key, super key, which is that epic, manly dimple. I mean, he doesn't just have a dimple. He's got like a whole crevice in his face. That's no ordinary dimple. He's like the Crocodile Dundee of dimples. He's like, you call that a dimple? That's not a dimple. Check this out. Oh goodness. Good thing you guys are seeing it from an angle, because you'd be see how bad this is right now. Oh goodness. Goodness gracious. Like he's got a dimple for his dimple that's next to his other dimple. I mean, he's just got some interesting creases in his face that you don't often see in a man of great I don't know. I'm trying to come up with like the types of words that I heard in the book today, and it's not working. I'm not that eloquent. I'm just an American. Please forgive me. So yeah, Mary Shelley. She's an interesting lady. Um, so she wrote this book Frankenstein when she was 19, and it was off of this like challenge. See, even back then they had art challenges and music and they just didn't have YouTube yet, but they're close. Um, but it was a challenge from a famous poet of the time, and she took that challenge seriously to make I think it was to make like a horror story or write a horror novel. I don't know, something like that. Um, and she had heard stories from her father about scientists trying to reanimate dead flesh. Um, and she was afraid, I guess, and he comforted her, but like it stuck with her this idea, and so there's that, and then there's just like she had tragedies in her own life with her sons. I guess she had a couple kids, and only one of them survived at time, or like three kids or four. I don't know, something like that. But some of that stuff was after she wrote the book. But it's funny how some of the stuff reflected her life even afterwards. She had a lot of kind of misery in her life, unfortunately. But another thing too is her mother and her were both. Her mother died during her childbirth, but her mother they were very progressive thinkers, even like especially of that time. Like they kind of they were very like the mother was very much on the edge of feminism and stuff like that. Um, even more than like what you would see in like the hippie movement and stuff. But obviously this was way before, and I guess her mother's like writings or something are still studied in colleges today. And she died in childbirth in childbirth of Mary, but um, but I heard this one thing on, I guess it was on TikTok if I remember right. Somebody was talking about they said that we get 50% of our personality is genetic. More than 50% is genetic, I think, or about 50%. So like even if you don't know your parents, like if you're like adopted or something, like you probably will still have um, some personality traits of your parents, you know. So it's interesting. Um, but anyways, so I got to figure out how much I want to hash and how much I want to just use, the markers. I don't draw very fast, so I guess I'm not going to do so well on what I thought I was going to do tonight. Um, but yeah, she was kind of a firecracker like her mom was, I guess, and she kind of believed in free love, which was totally not of that time. That was not a thing. And she met up with this guy. I guess his name was Shelley, right? And she took on his name or whatever. And he was married, but then they had like an affair and stuff, and it's very, you know, it was not certainly not common or known at all. That it was very rare that a woman at that time in the 1700s would write a book, or at least without going through like by a pseudonym or something. I need like a brush or something here so I can fill in this black darkness. Um, oh, that's not a brush. Um, so, it's kind of amazing that this book even came to life, and it came to life. It's alive. But, it did. And this is not, I am not getting the right tools. Um, I guess, like, I don't know, like, I think it's pretty awesome story, and I'm looking forward to reading more stuff. Apparently, she did do some other writing after that, you know, like that's her big accomplishment, really. Um, but I don't know, like, I don't know if any of her other stuff is very well known or not. I just don't know. This is Nothing's working. Nothing is working in my life. Um, so yeah, I don't know. It's pretty interesting stuff. Maybe this Copic will work. This might be the first time. Oh yeah, that's great. That's beautiful. This might be like the first time I've ever used this Copic brush. That's doing the job. Oh yeah. So yeah, I don't know. There's all kinds of awesome intrigue involving this story, and even the life of Mary Shelley. But there was multiple people in this relationship with, you know, they had free love situation going on, and it didn't turn out too well, as it really never does, as far as I've ever heard of. It usually seems like these people who do that, and I'm not judging anybody, but every time I hear about a story about it, something doesn't go very well, even of those people who all are in agreement. Um, well, maybe, I don't know, but there's who else has a situation like that is the creator of Wonder Woman, and that's an interesting story as well. Um, so, and then there's all kinds of other stories I've heard where people are doing stuff like that, but yeah, it is what it is. Different strokes for different folks, apparently. All right, we're getting there, but it's of course taking much longer than I thought. Let's check the chat one more time. Well, not one more time. You know, it's not like it's the last time I'm ever going to check chat in my life, but. Oh, we should do that after we do man cards. Fox cards. Is that derogatory of women? I don't know. Foxy lady. Um, I don't know. Ladies, I talked about this, I think, last time. Ladies don't really need cards. They like, they got it going on, so they don't need cards. Yeah, Fox cards. I mean, I wouldn't mind drawing some lady cards. Trust me. No, Dee Dee is not the original man cards. I am. No, I'm just joking. It was just a funny joke we had. Necessity is the mother of invention. And it's necessary that Dee Dee has man cards if I'm going to watch her Barbie infested show. No, I'm just joking. Yes, getting an illustration to look in a specific direction can be tricky sometimes. Mine look cross-eyed. I know, totally. Totally. Landon says, words of wisdom, go forth with the confidence of sucking. Hey, I believe in it. Yes, dimple. uh, his dimples have dimples. It's true. It is true. Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein? I thought it was Victor something. No, it's not Victor something. Victor something wrote something else, and I don't know who he is. But yeah. Shelley wrote the book during the year of no summer, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there was apparently it was like a very rainy summer. I don't know if she wrote it during that. I think that's when they were all connecting, and that's where like I don't. It might have been. I don't know. There was like very. I mean, she wrote it when she was 19. It's crazy. But there was like a very small time period of her formidable years, I suppose, from what I understand. Yeah, she was his mistress. Scandalous. That's not a brush. This is a brush. Yeah. I listened to the book Frankenstein a few months ago, along with some other classes like Invisible Man, Dr. Jekyll and Hyde. Yeah, I want to get to all those. Mary, did you know that your book would be a one-hit wonder? Mary, did you know that Frankenstein would become the name of a monster? That's good. Uh, they may not need cards, but I want to draw fox cards or women cards if fox is derogatory. I don't know if it is. I mean, drawing man cards is probably derogatory. I don't even know what the word derogatory means. Anyways, so what is this brush? That's gonna go in my dry brush collection. I guess I have to always remember, like, if I'm gonna sit here and say, oh, I'm gonna draw a million drawings while I'm doing the live stream. I gotta remember that it takes time to do the chat though too. So yeah. Oh well. Oh well. Do 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 do. Why do I now I have that song in my head? Goodness gracious. Frank, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. I don't like that song at all. By the way, it's such a goopy song. Like it's one of those like Hallmark card type of songs. Like oh my gosh, it's so sappy. Sorry, it's I know it's about Jesus and all that stuff, but oh my gosh, there's just certain songs. It's kind of like I like to be an American because I know I think I'm free or however it goes. Like it's a that one's actually kind of a good song, but oh my gosh, sometimes I just can't hear it. It's like you can't watch fireworks without that song. It's okay, I guess, but it's actually kind of a powerful feeling song, but it's just sappy though, you know? I'm not into the sap, the saccharine, sappy, sappiness, sappy happy. It's like every Barry Manilow song. I'm probably losing more subscribers. I said I didn't like Kiss before. I lost a subscriber. All right. Took a little while, but I painted his jacket. And I gotta stand up. Doo-doo-doo. What can I say? It's like you can't, it's like one of those things too where like you can't not keep singing it because it like every part of the song falls in a logical place. And I don't know. It's like you can't like just do like, what is the knock where it's like, I can't even think. It's like, dun, dun, dun. I don't know. There's like certain things where it's like it just has to be finished or else it feels wrong. That's how that song feels for me, which is even worse because I don't want to hear it. Maybe I'm a horrible person. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you do 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 do. I don't know words to songs either. I only know like the first part of the phrase to most songs. Ooh, I might have found a part of his face that makes him look more like him. Hopefully that worked. I'm embarking on the face of Sean Connery. And I'm failing miserably. Well, at least I know I'm free. It's like the new national anthem. I know everybody loves that song. It's unpatriotic to not like that song. Whoever said I was patriotic anyway? Gosh, maybe I am. I don't know. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you love me all the time. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you need me. There's a one thing I noticed in songs, as I went through therapy, is that they're not actually, most love songs out there are actually not very healthy. So that's not good. All right. So I've drawn him. I'm going to get into the grays, but I have to erase things. All right. I got to try to erase without smudging. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of okay. I don't know that the likeness is quite there, but what can you do? What can you do? What can you do? I'm probably going to get copyright strikes for singing songs I don't like badly. That would be a kick in the teeth. Wouldn't it? Almost there, guys. Yep. I'm going to try to do a giveaway next video. If you guys don't know, this is the new situation where I'm doing Tuesdays and Thursdays, every Tuesday and Thursday, 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I'll be doing these shows, and I think I'm going to try to have a giveaway the next show. So look out for that. That'll be fun. I don't know of what yet, but we'll see. We'll see what it is, what happens. All right. I'll do the outside border. Start with that. We might even go over 4 hours a little bit today because I'm running a little late with this. Right? What time is? What's the time? Oh yeah, because I kind of had this issue starting the show. Um, so sorry if I'm going a little over, guys. But you can always leave if you need to. It's no big deal. I really appreciate everybody hanging out here. And I will get back to the chat, finish up with that as well. And I'll show you guys the card, all that fun stuff. So I'm not leaving just yet. What's your favorite Sean Connery movies, guys and gals? I'm sure. I mean, he's done so many, right? What's my favorite? I don't even know. I don't even know. I haven't. I actually don't think I've seen many of his movies. I saw Hunt for Red October. That was pretty cool. I may or may not have seen one of. I don't even think I have seen a James Bond movie of his. He's just always been around in my life, like the Queen. She's just always been there, and rest in peace. Now she's not. But I wonder if Jeff Lafferty hates when people die because then they have like the last word or something. I don't really. It's funny when they talk about that, but I wonder if he's going to have an issue with the Queen dying tonight when he's talking and walking and talking and chilling and squawking and I don't know what I'm even saying anymore. All right, now for the rest of the shading. I guess I could keep the background white because in this picture, the background is white. Am I right or am I right? Oh man, that stupid song is in my head. I'm gonna come back to the chat and everybody's gonna be gone. They're gonna be like, he's unpatriotic, we're canceling him. Like, oh my gosh. He doesn't like that song. He's un-American. There'll just be a few British people in there like, well, it's all right. I'm still okay with him. He likes the Queen. Um, so maybe I should become British. How to become British. 3 easy steps. I don't know what those steps would be, but I want to know them. Inquiring minds want to know because if I am nothing, I am a Harry Potter fan. And I like British stuff. I am a fan of the Brits and their creations and such. And their accent, mostly of the accent. Like I like me an accent, a British one especially. I also like Australian accents and other accents. Found out I like Polish accents because my ex-girlfriend is Polish from Poland. So she had a strong accent. Well, she has a strong accent. She's not dead, thankfully. That would suck. That would not be good. Do 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 do. Oh my gosh, it's still in my head. It is a good melody though. Like it's a powerful song. Like it was good the first time I heard it. you know, but the 7,779 ninth time I heard it, oh my gosh. All right, we're getting there. It looks like something. It's something, that's for sure. Almost there, guys and gals. Almost there. Just gotta get it right. Gotta get it perfect. Oh my gosh. I can't escape it. I can't escape the song. Oh my gosh. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Sean Connery. It's like you have to like try to do the accent while it's like when you're playing with your GI Joes and stuff. You gotta be like when you're drawing Sean Connery, you gotta go Sean Connery. It's the only thing I know how to say in his accent is his own name. Everything else I just make a fool of myself. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. All right. The face is just about there. I think I've done it without butchering it too much. Now I just got to finish up a couple little finishing touches, and we're just about there. Mm. Do, 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 do. Luckily, there's not a lot about his hair that super needs to be right. Not in his younger age. In his older age, his hair is kind of part of his thing, but for sure. But almost there. Last few details. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. You guys only have to endure for a little bit longer. A little bit longer. Sorry about this. All right. It's just, yeah. Let's see. Any other finishing touches? I guess I can do any other finishing touches after the stream if there happens to be like some little, there's always like a little tick or tack that. So here it is. Here it is. What do you think? Did I get the likeness? Probably not, but yeah, I gave it a shot. Where I was gonna show you the picture. That's the one thing I hate doing though, is like putting the drawing up next to the picture because then it really looks bad. Oh, where did it go? Well, I guess you guys won't have. You guys can look up your own picture. This is your man card, Dee Dee. This and the other one is your man card. All right. So let's get back to the chat real quick. Look at this. There's like wires coming out of my head. Um, so yeah, let's see. Adam's karaoke stream got copyright struck with all the singing. It's hard to imagine. Healthy love songs like in country western. Yeah, maybe there. I don't listen to country much, so that might be. They have a different level of storytelling with country songs where it's like it very well might be that they have some better ones, except for the ones where like my dog died and my woman left me and all that stuff. But trust me, everything can be taken wrong these days. Doesn't bother me, but it probably will someone. Yeah. Lady cards. Still gonna throw down my man cards. You can do that. That'll be awesome. I'm looking forward to it. Some songs that are great can get worn out if they are constantly blaring. Yes. Barry, oh yeah, Barry Manilow. That is one person that I will never draw a man card of. Sorry. I mean, he's not a horrible person, I'm sure, blah, 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 but I'm not a fan of the man. Hello. So, fox cards are lady cards and not pictures of foxes? Oh, well, they could be. FOX, one of my favorite movies in the world. You got mail. FOX. I think I sung a Manilow song on the stream along with some Backstreet Boys song. I remember the Backstreet Boys song, and I remember Adam Lore saying, "Are you sure you want to do that?" And you were sure. You were very sure. Nathan, I've drawn fox cards before. One of the characters in my comics is a fox. You know who else has a fox in their comic? None other than CB Smallwood. Well, it's not really a fox, it's a character with a fox uh, hoodie. But still, I think they call her Fox, right? That's why I think lady cards would be better because people will think I'm a furry. Okay. Let's see. What else? Can't do country music. Too whiny for me. I like old country music. New country music is basically pop music with sometimes a twang. Uh, but especially like bluegrass. That I like. It looks amazing. Thanks, ComTune, and thanks for hanging out with us. I really appreciate that. You don't like country, Nate? Dee Dee, get the band hammer ready. I'm not a big country fan, but I do like harmonicas. My stepdad, when I was younger, when I was in elementary school, um, he was big into country, and he always had harmonicas, and he would play harmonicas. And he also really liked Roy Orbison and other music. Um, and we had a big green pickup truck, and we would drive around doing errands, and he had harmonicas there. And when he just felt like it, he'd just start blasting out the harmonica while he was driving to some old country music. And he listened to old stuff like Dwight Yoakam and things like that. And that stuff was all right. I didn't mind that. Wasn't my favorite, but I didn't mind it. Stay on as late as you want, Marsh. I'm staying up drawing anyways. Cool. Cool, man. I appreciate it. Um, yeah, I do have to get ready for work, bed, all that at some point here, but tomorrow I'm going to be up real late with the Salazar Art Nation, aka Tarako Cast. Nope, can't do it. Also, I really prefer music without singing. Actually, I'm a fan of instrumental music myself. The Artcasters with Scott and Corey will have Gumminelli on tonight. She's been making a comic. Okay, cool. Have to check that out too. Whose channel is it going to be on? That's the question. You have to watch the old James Bond, Marsh. I do. You're right. I want to see the Sean Connery James Bonds. I do. And I probably will because I like watching movies. And yeah, anyways, I do want to watch those. I think you're right. I do have to watch it. Dying is having the ultimate last word, so they win. That's what I learned from Jeff Lafferty. Yes, exactly. Start with Goldfinger. Okay, all right, I'll do that. You only live twice was pretty good. Okay, cool. Yeah, somebody else was talking about that the other day too. Marsh hates Kiss, Barry Manilow, and America. Banned. Yes. uh, From Russia with Love is probably my favorite. Oh, interesting. And that's got Sean Connery as well. Let's see. My father is a James Bond fan. Growing up, we watched them all the time. Cool. That's neat. Casino Royale is my favorite Bond film. Not the only one. The one from 2006. Oh, not the old one. Okay, so the newer one. Huh. Interesting. I remember hearing God Bless America the first time and loving it. And then some dumb guys in this month did a thing in this month and it became the song to play at every patriotic event. Yes, you are not wrong, Salazar Art Nation. I grew up during the age of Roger Moore, so I watched lots of them with him in it. Oh, okay, cool. There's so many Bonds. I watched a documentary or something about it one day because I was trying to figure out, like, I was like, James Bond is cool, right? I should watch James Bond. I've never really watched, and I think I did try to watch one and fell asleep, so that wasn't great. But sing "Stand by Me," Marsh. Stand by me, I'll be your friend. Somebody and stand. I don't know the words. Come on, call on your brother, and I'll be your friend. It's a good song. That's why it's such a standard that everybody has replicated in the world. He made Bond in a way that you couldn't really take him seriously. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure there's like all these nuances to the different James Bonds. James Bond will always be Sean for me. Do Hubster likes Daniel Craig though as a backup. Okay. Daniel Radcliffe from James Bond to Daniel Radcliffe. What was he? He didn't play James Bond, but that would be funny if he did. Or did he? Maybe I'm dumb. I probably am dumb. I think the Daniel is more physical. Okay, we're getting deep into the James Bond stuff here today. And I guess I asked for it, right? Do. Let's see, what else? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Looks cool, Marsh. Thank you, Nathan. Dee Dee says she likes it. Thank you. We know who it is. Okay. I hope so. uh, yes, anytime. So you're gonna have an assortment of man cards to throw down at your pleasure. Great drawing, brother. Thank you. Do 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 do. Um, Lady card would be probably be better in these days of furries. So what separates furry from the anthropomorphic character? I don't know. Corey Kerr is hosting the Artcasters tonight. Okay, cool. So I have to check out his channel. That's one thing is like I miss it a lot of times too because I'm not sure whose channel and I don't know. That's not really a good excuse though because I know who all of them are. Okay, guys, heading out. Been fun, guys. Have a good night, all. Give Marsh a thumbs up on your way out the door. Yeah, please. Thank you, Dee Dee, as well. And thank you for watching, Dee Dee and everybody. Um, all right. Well, I'm at the end here. My brothers tricked me into watching James Bond as a kid because they said it was Jaws the shark. Oh, okay. All right. So that is it. I've been going for a while. Thank you for hanging out. Check out the work that I've done, and I don't know. You guys know the deal. Like, subscribe, comment. You guys are all awesome. Thank you for watching. And we'll see you next Tuesday, if not sooner. And also tomorrow on Salazar Art Nation, Frank Torraco Creative Cast channel at 9 p.m. sharp. You better be there or be square.